with my hands. You're leaning close and whisper one last dance. Yeah, the best damn party that I've ever been to. I got so drunk, danced to all my favorite tunes, but I don't remember talking to you. It was the best damn party that I've ever been to. I think we made out in the back room, and it's okay, 'cause now you know I'm after you.
It's just the way I can't keep you honest, like you're coming clean. It's just the way you seem to be addicted to leaving me. It's just the way now that I can't sleep at night. Now that you're gone, it's just the way you don't know which direction I was coming from. It's just the way I can't seem to tell apart all of your rights from wrongs. It's just the way now that I know that you're lonely. I know you love me. Lie to silence. Lie to silence. Convince yourself you think you're better now. Try to pretend again. You know, I know now you will put on a good show, but I don't know why you ever care. You can't stop yourself, we're coming over. It's just the way I know you have two devils on both of your shoulders. It's just the way now that I know that you're lonely. I know you love me. Lie to the silence. Lie to the silence. Convince yourself you think you're better now. Try to pretend again. You know, I know now you will put on a good show, but I don't know why. 'Cause we know better. Where's a place where we miss again? I know, you're doing just right. Hey, I gave regrets. The cost is too high. One of the things that you said in the night, like I don't feel right. I don't feel right. You know,
Motherfucker.
Hold up, I hope y'all watching this shit.
First round, real quick,
It was crazy.
because he just knocked dudes out real quick in the first round.
But now we're gonna get a good. I'm probably fuck with this guy. He just, to me,
They're-
I thought he was a con
they're-
artist,
no, they're-
just based off his look.
They're at edge.
Holy shit! What the hell just happened?
change not for the better, baby. You know, I know well. You know, I know well.
What's up, motherfuckers? Welcome to G.W.R. Gonzo's Wrestling Room. Live watch along to WWE Crown Jewel. We have Eric Gonzalez like usual. Got my dad Tony Gonzalez here.
Encyclopedia.
Pro Wrestler Doug Love is here. And really,
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for having me on. Glad to be here.
should be a good pay-per-view.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for this one.
Ready for your big match this weekend?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for that WCWO tournament. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I wish we wouldn't have messed up the dates. I've been trying to talk her into going back down there Saturday night. This is her only weekend she's had off, and we were supposed to go do something. I don't think she wants to go to another
Go to
wrestling.
another wrestling event, yeah.
We're going Friday night down there to check it out.
Cool.
We're gonna go November 7th. We're doing a broadcast down there for one of their shows.
Like a live stream, you guys. Yeah, I like what you guys are doing there. That's cool.
So besides the Young Guns tournament, you got anything else coming up?
Yeah, I do. What, Lily? Do you know what's?
Me on the
She's got a
spot.
better track of it than I do. Honestly.
I know we got. I don't.
He says, "I'll just make sure I show up."
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Like the next IPW one.
I try to
is
take them like
November-
one at a time.
That's what, the 13th.
13.
Yeah, November 13th. And then I don't know. Not really.
Yeah,
That much booked up.
trying to get booked as much as possible though. I mean, that's for sure.
So anybody looking for wrestlers right here? Dalton Love at Facebook.
Yes, sir. Just
What's your other ones?
I got Dalton Love 32 on Instagram. You can message me there. Yeah, and then Facebook. That's the best way to reach out to me. Just message me on there, and That's
Facebook
right.
seems like it's just one of the easiest ways to.
that's what I tell guys too. I'm like, get on Facebook. Like, you gotta
It's
start.
even like sending graphics and stuff. You can send it to them in Messenger, and they can put.
Right.
It's
That's
easy,
where
it's
most
easy to get on.
Promoters do their thing on Facebook, and so that's what I've been rocking with.
I see a lot of people are starting to use Instagram a lot too. Our Instagram page is starting to pick up.
Yeah.
We're up
I got personal Instagram, but I don't use it that often.
Our reason I got a personal Instagram was to just to be able to like Pat McAfee show and some of them
Yeah.
shows they post stuff, and I wanted to be able to see what was
Right,
going
yeah.
on. And hell, you can find out sports news quicker on Twitter and Instagram than you do on TV.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter before you ever see anything about it on TV.
Right.
So I just follow all them sports guys, so it's easier to get information that way for our show.
Sometimes too much information, like spoilers for stuff and whatnot.
This is gonna
Oh,
be,
yeah.
I think this right here is gonna be a good match.
I can't believe this is
We
the
got
first match of the show.
Yeah, Edge versus Seth Rollins. and
Hell in the Cell
Hell in the
first
Cell.
match. That's a different Hell in the Cell look.
Yeah, it's like,
You know what this match is probably gonna be
'Cause
like?
most of them are just like your regular like Chrome look.
I'll tell you.
That's pretty cool.
This match is going to be like a match that I recently watched or saw on Facebook between Dalton Love and Luke Savage at Comic-Con. Now, that match deserved an arena full of people. That was a hell of a match that you two put on. Like,
Thank you, yeah. Yeah,
if
see,
you haven't watched that, go to YouTube, Facebook, wherever you can find it, and look up that match between Dalton Love and Luke Savage. You will not be disappointed at that match. I guarantee
I appreciate
you
that. Yeah, so at that event, Comic-Con, there was like 8 shows in those 3 days. So we were beat up, honestly, and we're looking at each other. We're like, talking about our match, and we're like, yeah, let's just go out there. Let's not do a whole lot. And then the crowd started picking up, and we're like, oh shit, we got to go out there. And so we had talked it all out in the ring and had a good match. So I was surprised with it, but like you said, it would have been a lot better in front of more people. But it's all right.
Yeah.
At an event like that, you probably get a lot of people that just like are walking through.
Walking through, yeah.
Because you could tell watching it, like as the match went on, it just like more and more people started just like coming through and filling up. Like
Right.
by the end of the match, it was like there was a lot more people in there. Yeah, that's a match that should have been seen by thousands of people at least.
I appreciate it.
It was a hell of a match.
We've got plenty more of those matches like in store. We're ready.
What's the biggest crowd you've been in front of?
Well, so like I've been working for my first match was about 8 months ago, and I've wrestled for lots of different promotions in front of 0 people, and in front of the biggest one's 400 plus. I wrestled at ASWA in Ohio, which that was probably the best show I've been on so far. Biggest crowd, they were all into it. It was great. It was a good one.
We're at
Mansfield, Ohio.
Saw you was in Toledo.
Yeah, going back there January 2nd. They put on a good show. That's a Toledo Championship Wrestling.
That's a trip.
Oh yeah, it is. But I'll tell you what, it's worth it. They do it right there. They've got Cody Hawk like working with them, and then the promoter that runs War Wrestling, his name's Thomas Williams, and they're all like they've been in the business for so long, and they're coming together, putting this TCW on. So it's going real well for them. So.
figure this would be a good match because these two will do some crazy shit too.
Oh yeah.
Edge probably gets in trouble after every match when he gets home.
Beth
probably wants
Phoenix.
to beat the
Yeah.
hell out of him. I know one match he wasn't supposed to do no ladders at WrestleMania,
Yeah.
and he jumped off that ladder. She was mad.
You think they'll go on top of the cage?
I think that.
I think they're gonna go
Nobody's
up there.
done that in a while, really. They've kind of stayed away from it.
I bet you they do.
I hope so.
I know one thing: they're not going to go. They're not going to go off the top of the cage like Foley did.
Right.
Right. I don't think there's anybody.
You'll never see that in WWE again. Probably not.
But the closest one was
I
when
don't-
Shane McMahon
Well,
was like hanging halfway up and
Vince
he
was
jumped off.
Vince was pissed about it because Vince didn't know that was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The Shane McMahon one?
No,
Yeah.
the
Oh.
Mick Foley one.
Yeah,
Boy,
well, Shane, he did one from the very top, too, and that real
Just
high
a couple
one.
years ago, right?
He did like an elbow drop or something.
Maybe
right?
like
Yeah,
3-4 years ago.
Yeah, he did the elbow drop and Undertaker moved.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Vince knew that they were going to get up on the cage, but Foley lied to him and told him that he'd got up there and tested it out. Well, he hadn't. And then they get up there and they could hear the things breaking.
Snapping. Yeah.
And they set stuff up now where, they're prepared for the fall.
Yeah.
Foley fell. You didn't know if he was even going to hit the table.
Right.
And then,
That was great.
Then he went through the
Well,
cage.
that was what was even crazier. You have to go through the table off the cage, get back up on top of there,
Right. Climbing back up for another one.
Well,
going through, and then going through it.
That was the first time, basically, that you'd seen anything like that. So it's hard to beat the first time.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Nothing's
there's
gonna
anybody
match it.
crazy enough to do any shit like that.
Well, that's like I was watching that
Foley's nuts.
one of those documentaries about New Jack, and when he threw that guy off that scaffold in that scaffold match, that the way that dude hit and his body just like
Well,
that was crazy.
Yeah. That match, New Jack says that he tried to kill.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name?
I can't remember the guy's name.
Who it was?
I don't remember his name either.
Yeah.
But New Jack was nuts.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like that one. He had that wrestled that one kid and
Stabbed him up before.
stabbed him with
Yeah.
and the kid
Oh man.
and the kid was only 16 years old.
Right.
He lied about his age.
I'm gonna change my phone number. I don't care. That's the only bad thing about when you do these live is you have to have the sound down.
Right. Yeah.
Want to figure when I get a different TV, I want to figure out because I know there's a way I can hook it up where the sound just would play in the headsets and not
Oh, not like so the mics don't pick it up.
Not record. That's what I'm working on trying to get set up. That'd be nice.
We'll have a new TV here in a couple weeks.
I just gotta figure out how to get it hooked because I was having trouble with the Bluetooth shit last night. Don't want to hook to my Beats headphones. Don't want to hook to that box for some reason.
What sucks the most? What move being done to you?
Being done, yeah. Dude, when someone does like a splash on you or something, I mean that's just you're taking it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean those suck. Those really you gotta tighten up. And Luke doing his backflips on me, he lands with his hip right in my sternum and stuff. So it's like,
I know that one flip he done on that. I think wasn't the last IPW show. I think it was the one before, and he came off the top rope. Who was he wrestling against?
Split rail.
When
Yeah.
he went out of the ring.
Yeah, he looked like he landed hard.
Yeah, when he
Couldn't
went
see
out of
the
the
whole
ring.
landing on
Yeah.
the camera because they were in the way, but he looked like they hit
Yeah.
hard. I was like, damn, Luke, you came in a little hot there.
Chuck any chair shots yet?
oh yeah. I think in my like third match, I think I took a chair shot, which they suck, but I mean I love them. I like chair shots. I wish there was more chair shots in wrestling.
It's a lot different now. They don't want them to go to the head
Right. Yeah.
because of concussions.
I know them chops don't fucking feel good.
Yeah, you would know.
I took 3 of them after one of the shows, that first show that we streamed live.
Yeah, they're no joke.
Dex Royal, and that JKO, and Max Sterling. They all 3 got me. growing his beard out too.
For an object to the eye, I knew it. Come on. He's blind forever.
It's crazy though. Seth Rollins took out Rey Mysterio's eye, but it grew back.
That was the
Aleister Black or Malachi Black.
Yeah, they messed that all up, and
Right.
then AEW messed up when they tried to do that exploding barbed wire match.
Oh yeah,
that was terrible.
it's like little $20 fireworks.
Yeah. And they were exploding before they'd even hit the ropes, or it'd be on the other side of the ring. Yeah, it was terrible. They know that guys gonna do them barbed wire matches like Foley and Funk and them used to do.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna say nobody, because that damn death match I watched the other night with that Cage and Moxley, that shit was fucking crazy.
Yeah, Moxley, he's
Had
his
pizza,
deathmatch
them
stuff.
dudes were taking pizza cutters at each other and shit.
Right.
Fuck all that.
Put it in his dude's
Yeah,
mouth.
his mouth.
Yeah.
They almost cut Moxley's tongue off like 7 years ago doing that shit, they said.
I don't understand the money that Moxley makes.
Right.
Why would you want to do that?
He's crazy. Just, I guess he likes getting hit with some light bulbs in the head.
And his wife makes good money. You know, she's got to working.
And he took more.
Doing
He
the
took
stuff
more
that she
of
does.
He took more of the damage than the other guy did. I mean, don't get me wrong. The other guy had some damage, but fuck, Moxley was.
All cut up and stuff. Yeah.
The other guy kept his shirt on and shit. Moxley took his shirt off, and that dude took that into that light bulb and was.
Gig. Yeah.
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 Well,
I would like. I ain't gonna lie. I'd like to go watch one of them death matches like that live.
Hell yeah. I enjoy death matches. I mean, some guys like there's a certain way to like do it. Like you don't just go in there cutting each other up. Like still tell the story and stuff, but I mean, some death matches are.
Like that
Some of
when
my
they came
favorite
out, hell, the
matches.
fans were right on top of them. They was like
Yeah.
pushed their way through to get to the ring. It was.
Cardona's had some really good ones.
Yeah. Yeah, him and Mox had a death match pretty
You're
soon.
gonna have a women's death match tournament or whatever. What was it? Asylum.
So, yeah.
It's in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah, it's like a AWR.
Yeah.
I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who's that guy telling that cologne? What's his first name? That dude's crazy.
Yeah, is it Carlos?
I think so. Carlos Colon, I think.
I think it may be
Is it?
him. I think it might be. I know the last name's Cologne. He's crazy too. Like,
Is it Alex?
yeah, it is Alex.
Alex, yeah. Yeah.
He's pretty crazy too.
Wears like a little cut off sleeve, like jersey looking shirt.
Right.
Looking like JKO out there. The softball jersey.
He's making his return tomorrow night. So
Oh yeah.
I saw that on there. They have some couple good matches on there too.
Yeah, they're gonna have a highlight reel in that street fight. I think that'll be good.
Blake Wright
shit.
and Jackson Morgan. You went through a table?
Well,
No, not
yeah.
yet. I've not went through a table.
Would you?
Hell yeah. I want a TLC
I was gonna
match.
say that was different.
That was different,
That was
bouncing off
different
the
going off the
cage.
Yeah.
going off the cage and then through the table.
Mm-hmm.
Tables might not be too bad about
Yeah.
when they lay on them fucking ladders.
Mm-hmm.
That,
Yeah, them ladders, that would hurt. But yeah, I think I could handle the table.
fucking dude from the highlight reel went through that ladder at that one Independence. I'm thinking, you guys are fucking nuts. You ain't getting paid enough to lay on a ladder like that.
Yeah.
Let a dude jump on you from top from inside the ring.
Damn.
What's it like watching guys like this on like a grander scale? You know, as a professional wrestler yourself, are you just like constantly critiquing everything they do, or do you notice like
When I'm
more so whenever they miss a move or something?
when I watch it, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to learn. Like, I'm trying to be like, what are they doing that I could do
Right.
to help with my matches? But there's, like, obviously some things that WWE and, like, AEW do differently than, like, on the independent scene. Like, they've got to always be working cameras for the TV show. I don't know. It's just,
know where the hard camera
it's a lot more overproduced, in my opinion. Like, most independent shows, it's like, I mean, that's wrestling at its rawest form right there.
I'm gonna kill that dog. Them stairs can't feel good. Them stairs can't feel good either. What about on the apron? I've always heard that's like
Oh, yeah, apron bumps,
hard,
they suck.
that's one of the hardest part of the ring. Or whatever.
Right. I mean, if you look, there's boards running across. That's where the end of those 2x4s are, or whatever type of wood the ring has. But, yeah, that's definitely the hardest part. There's no give on the aprons.
Come on.
How big of a stadium are they?
I think it holds quite a few. I'm not absolutely sure, but I think it's a pretty big stadium.
They have huge stadiums over there because for like soccer games. Ooh. That's damn near got to hurt you more than it hurts him.
So are they doing that? Do you know? Are they doing that whole Young Guns tournament in one night?
I have no clue, honestly. I don't know.
From the way I understood in that little video they showed yesterday, I understood him that he said that it would be a champion that night. But
12 wrestlers, that's a lot of matches.
It's going to be Dalton Love. That's going to be the
He's
champion.
going to be the champion of the Young Guns tournament.
That's right.
So tune in.
I believe there's 12 wrestlers, I think. So.
I'm glad you're getting to go down to there at WCWO.
Heck yeah.
I like that they have the shows every week.
Yeah, that's definitely a bonus. And it's
they
not too far
they
away
seem like
either.
pretty good guys.
Right.
Have you met Jake Oman yet?
No, I know Jacob. Like, I know who he is, but I've not met him or talked to him.
I know that Owens that runs that down there. He seems like a pretty good dude.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I've only talked to him a little bit here and there.
I haven't talked to him a whole lot. We talked to him a couple times at the shows that we broadcasted. We were giving him hell. We were giving him hell about his ring attire on that first show. And then at the last show, he came over here and was messing with us. He said, "There's that shitty podcast and there's no talent when they see him." Start messing with us, talking to us. He goes, "I loved your guys' commentary, even though you guys was giving me hell about my softball jersey." I said something like, "This dude's ready to play softball on a Saturday or on Sunday, but this is a Saturday night," or something like that. Well, Sam, it ain't ending yet.
They got a female referee for this match.
I like that referee that they have in AEW, that Aubrey. Yeah. It's funny.
She used to be
She gets in their face.
Yeah.
She used to be in WWE.
Did
She was in NXT for a little while.
As a wrestler?
No, just
Referee?
What do you think of the new NXT? You like the new format of it? You like it?
I like it. I don't like it as well as the other, of course, because it was a different show. But I understand what they're trying to do. I mean, if Vince is not happy with the wrestlers they're pulling up, then from the old NXT, and they're not making it. Like Keith Lee, he wasn't happy with Keith Lee, so he wants to change things. He's not happy with this guy, he wants to change things. Well, if he's in charge of the characters down there, then there should be nothing to change when they move up.
Right. Yeah.
So I understand why he's doing it, but like I said, there's some guys that I think they've got down there right now. Them Creed brothers, you probably remember the Varsity Club, Mike Rotundo and Dr. Def Steve. They remind me so much of them, and big, strong guys wrestled collegiate. I think one of them was undefeated in collegiate wrestling. So real good, big guys. And then of course Ron Breaker, who
Right. Yeah.
looks real good. And then there's another one. I can't remember his name.
Who's
he just won the North American Carmelo
Hayes? Isn't
Hayes.
it?
Yes,
Carmelo?
Hayes. He looks real good. Looks real promising.
Who is the NXT champion right now?
It is Ciampa.
Yeah. Okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised. They got Halloween Havoc coming up this Tuesday. I wouldn't be surprised if Breaker don't beat him.
Is that who's supposed to wrestle?
Yep.
That'd be a cool match.
I still can't believe they had this as the first match.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what Billy Ray always said. A lot of people want to be in the main event, but they say that in a way, the first match kick things off.
Could be the most important.
It can be the most important match, and also,
crowd
if you go out there and you tear it down, and tear it up and everything, then everybody else will say, "Man, we got
to follow that."
Yeah, you got to follow that." So,
So
Right.
like the
yeah, he loved to be. He said he enjoyed being the first match.
Shout out Chris, the Alpha Athlete Owens. He just won a title not too long ago, last weekend, I think.
hopefully the comments are working. Last week or one day the comments wasn't coming up on here. They would only come up on the phones and shit. And then the next day the comments came up on here again. It was weird. We had Hollywood House. We couldn't see none of the comments that was coming up.
Yeah, I watched that one. He's good. Like that was a good one. I
Yeah,
enjoyed hearing what he had to say about it.
Yeah, he's gonna come back on again. I think here pretty soon. Because time goes so quick. You get to talking.
Yeah.
I had to leave because we were going to watch a Halloween movie.
When he can talk.
Yeah.
I had her.
He
I
was
had
good.
her text me. Wrap it up. I'm thinking like I'm trying to.
He can talk, but his best is his facial expressions and stuff. It's outstanding.
Yeah. He's good. He's good. He's a good man. He's a good in the manager role. He's good at what he does.
Right, and like you guys were talking about, that's something that's like lacking is a good manager around here.
Yeah, there's not many of them. You got Heyman, but other than that, there's
Right.
not many good heel managers in wrestling anymore.
Well, they've got Matt Hardy trying to be a manager right now.
Right, I
but
saw that. Yeah.
I don't think it's really hit.
Yeah, it's
Like they
because
would like.
you think of Matt Hardy, you think of him as a wrestler, not
Then they got Tully Blanchard, but
once
you don't
again.
have the,
Yeah.
you don't have the guys like you used to have like Heenan and Cornette.
Yeah.
And them, I mean, them guys were great
Right.
back in. I used to love when Cornette would come out with fucking tennis
tennis
racket.
racket.
well, and there's some other good ones that you forget about. Remember,
Yeah.
remember Slick?
Yep, Slick.
It was in WWE, and he had Akeem, the African Dream,
Okay,
and
yeah.
had all them. He was entertaining, real entertaining.
Paul Bearer.
But see, he was a huge
Ooh.
he was a huge manager in Texas under the name Percy Pringle.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when Stone Cold first met him.
Yeah, he was in
As
Texas.
Pringle.
Yep. He actually managed the Undertaker in Texas. He wasn't the Undertaker,
Right.
but yeah, he
It was
managed him
Mean Mark
down there.
Calloway. I think that's what it was.
Actually, I think he was something else
Before.
before that in Texas.
I forget
think
what it was, but it was something.
Something red.
Oh.
Because, yeah,
okay.
it was something red. I can't remember. He wasn't that very long, but when he first met
Right,
him
when he
in
was-
Texas, yeah.
Because he used to have that red hair.
Did he tag with Sid in WCW for a while?
Yeah. Yep.
Skyscrapers.
I think it was. And then when Sid left, they brought in Dan Spivey.
Yeah, Spivey.
crazy if you stop and think about how much talent WCW had back then that they didn't use right and let go to WWE and WWE use their talent to put them out of business.
Right. Yeah.
Like Jericho and all them guys. I mean, WCW had all them guys and didn't use them right.
At Comic-Con, Kevin Nash was there, and he said that in WCW that they put everything, like there was like no management, and they just go out there and talk everything in the ring, didn't put nothing together in the back, and that just the business side of things was always unorganized and
Yeah,
whatnot.
they made Hulk Hogan a booker. They made Kevin Nash a booker. You have the wrestlers being the bookers. That's not a
Right,
not
and you
the
saw
best
where that
idea.
went. I mean,
Yeah,
NWO beating up everybody.
exactly.
every night.
Yeah.
yeah, it is. I don't know if WWE put them out of business as much as they put themselves out of business.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I agree with that. Yeah.
What platform is that?
Facebook.
Chris, this is different.
Wrapping a train around his boot.
Do the stomp with it.
I'm stomping with the chain on. Who was like your first favorite guy that you was like, man, that's the guy, that's my guy,
Edge.
Edge.
When I was a kid, yeah, he was the bad guy, you know, and I liked that about him. I was like, dang, everyone doesn't like this guy, but for some reason, I like him.
It's working now.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and it's working.
It's been going on. It was doing video interruption.
Well, either Facebook might have been having trouble, or you know how Comcast internet is. Every once in a while, it'll go down.
Look, as you just said that.
Really, WWE channel.
Tony, what was it that got you into wrestling? Do you remember, like,
Watching Bruiser and Crusher on local TV, Channel 4. My dad watched it. My brothers, we all watched it. And that's what first got me into it, probably 5, 6 years old.
well, back then there probably wasn't a whole lot to watch on TV, very many options, huh?
I think we had 3 or 4 channels. So
Right.
Things were a lot different, yeah.
So when it was on, people
But
watched it.
when we got cable, cable first came in, we got a promoter out of Chicago called Bob Blues. And they had mostly AEWA, but it was Bruiser Crusher, but got Vern Gagne and Nick Bockwinkel and
All
guys,
the old, yeah,
guys like that got to see that. And then when USA Network came on, they had WWE, so it was cool. And then when I always seen World Class when we would go to Texas to see my family, World Class was always on, so I got seen Von Erichs and
dang,
them there. So
heck yeah, because I mean, shoot, now they've got it to where you can look at any territory you want, any promotion you want.
and the other thing where we got a lot of information back then was buying wrestling magazines. I always
Right.
bought tons of wrestling magazines.
Heck yeah,
But that's how you seen wrestlers that you couldn't see because you couldn't
Right.
see them on TV.
right.
You could follow them that way. And then of course when TBS came in, Georgia Championship Wrestling was huge and turned into WCW and World Championship Wrestling and stuff. So
Oh, man, he's got that piece of the chair in his mouth.
one of my favorite wrestlers, you guys, he may know because he may looked it up. Guy by the name Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer.
Actually, I haven't heard of him.
Need to look up a match. It was the last.
Heard the name.
The last fight of Atlanta, I think that's what it's called. It's a cage match. The recording's not going to be very good, but it's Wildfire Tommy Rich and Buzz Sawyer. It is crazy.
I'll check it out. I mean, I
And,
love going and looking
another
at the old
match too
matches.
to check out is again, I think it's on the WWE Network. Still not the greatest video. It's Roddy Piper against Greg the Hammer Valentine and a dog collar match.
Okay.
Yeah, he bust Piper's eardrum,
Ooh.
and he just, pours blood from the ear. He hits him with a chain.
Edge gets the win.
Oh shoot! I didn't even see the finish.
He even concerto, didn't he?
I'm 100% sure when I look back up, he was.
Yeah, I looked over and I looked back up and it was done.
Who do you guys think the greatest heel of all time is?
Vince McMahon. I think Vince McMahon is the greatest heel of all time.
I would say
It's
the
hard,
most.
to argue, it's hard to argue that.
Yeah.
As far as
It meant the most to the company.
man, yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
For
probably,
sure.
yeah. I agree with that 100%.
Right.
You know, because if you don't have a good heel, your babyface means nothing.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's what made Austin so great because they
Right.
go against each other and everybody wanted to be that guy that went and told their boss "fuck you." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It resonated with people.
I think Piper was probably.
Piper was
Best heel
as
wrestler.
far as being a heel.
Piper was good as well.
I'll tell you a guy I hated when I was watching wrestling was JBL. He
Yeah.
did his job because I did not like that dude.
Yeah, I
Every
didn't
time he
like
wrestled, I
JBL
was like, I
either.
hope he loses.
I liked him when he was just Bradshaw with the APA when him and Simmons were together.
Right, yeah. See, that was before I started watching
Yeah.
it. So, but I mean, I've went back and
Yeah,
watched
but
it.
when
And
he
it's
was,
good
in,
stuff.
when he was in
yeah.
JBL, he did his job. I didn't
Right.
like him a whole lot.
He's an
as
asshole.
JBL either. He was,
It was such a different character from what he was
Yeah.
before.
Right.
And
he'd always been like
he,
a,
he did a
a
good
rough
job.
cowboy roughneck dude, and then all of a sudden he's a rich dude.
Yeah.
DiBiase. DiBiase was one of those that I hated. I couldn't stand. He was doing his job when he came out. Like, I just
Beard
couldn't
McShay
stand it
was
when
good
Ted
too, so-
DiBiase came out.
But see, originally he was a huge baby face.
Was he?
Down in Mid-South area. He was for a long time. He was a big baby face. And him and Hacksaw Duggan was a tag team. And he turned on Duggan, and that's how he became a big heel. You guys know the Bushwhackers. What's hilarious about that, they was originally in the NWA, and they traveled all over the place, all over the world. They was called the Sheep Herders. They were one of the most violent and vicious tag teams of all time. Of all time. Of all times. Look up their stuff. I mean, they were violent.
I'll say the Sheep
And then they come to the WWE, and
That's a hell of a name for a tag
they're out there licking the fans,
Goofballs, yeah.
goofballs, and licking the fans and stuff. But they were brutal. I mean, brutal. Old style, like Bruiser Crusher stuff, you know. They were...
No, hung himself out there one night.
Oh shoot.
He jumped off the porch, went through one of the rails, and he was hanging out there. I heard him. I just thought he was still screaming because I wouldn't let him in. And I look outside and he's hanging. His feet was just touching enough where he could push himself back up and then go back down. He nuts.
They say these guys get massive paydays for going over
Oh
there.
yeah, I'm sure.
I know Jericho said it was the biggest payday he ever got.
Dang.
He's going just for one show.
Right.
I was reading the thing that said Brock Lesnar got $1 million when he went.
I believe it. Undertaker's over there right now.
I saw that. Yeah, he like
I don't know if he's going to be on the show or anything, but
he's
he
in Saudi
he
Arabia. yeah.
introduced Pitbull, that one
Yeah.
rapper. I don't
Right.
not big into rap, but he introduced him.
I saw that. Yeah.
Bob Rigby out here again.
Oh, Bob's nuts.
Sports show was on at 11 o'clock today, and they'll be back tomorrow at 11 and 1.
Where's Adam when you need him?
Bob's not a wrestling fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bob's probably a closet wrestling
That's what I
fan
was gonna say.
because he's been in the closet for a long time. Anyway.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
RK Bro.
I love RK Bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
I love Riddle, man.
I think
He's one of,
I think Riddle.
Orton was one of my all-time
I think
favorites.
Riddle
Like,
could be a huge babyface champion. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
he really could.
Yeah, they're all behind him. When he first came in, I remember there was like controversy within the locker room and stuff about him being a dickhead or something. But
He said some stuff to Goldberg. He
right,
said some stuff about Lesnar.
and Brock, yeah,
I think they had to set him down. So look, this ain't the best way to.
right. That's not the way to go about it.
Come in as a UFC guy, I thought he was big badass, and
Right.
Well, like when the Miz came in, when he first started, he got banned from the locker room for 6 months. Miz, yeah.
That's another
the
guy
wrestlers,
I've never
the
liked.
wrestlers like in the locker room banned him, and he had to go change in the. It was a
JBL.
janitor closet or something he was using.
It was JBL that banned him from there, and he got back in by going to wrestlers' court. Undertaker was the judge,
Undertaker was
and,
the judge.
and that's how they got him back in.
Didn't he say he was using like a janitor closet or the bathroom?
Yep, he would go wherever he
was
could
the
go.
Undertaker that kicked
Yeah.
Enzo out? Remember when Enzo that got kicked out too?
Yeah, Enzo got kicked out also.
Yeah, he got put in a broom closet or something.
Enzo, if it wouldn't have been an idiot, he could have been a big star.
Yeah,
Big star.
I see he's doing indie stuff now.
A little bit. I think the WWE would like to have Big Cass back, but I think they're afraid.
He's at
with his past
Impact right
he's
now.
an Impact.
I
With his
think.
past demons, I think they're afraid.
Yeah, don't want to take a chance on him.
They paid for his rehab.
I didn't know that.
They pay for a bunch of people's rehab. It's not even with a company anymore. I mean, the people have been gone for 10 years and need help, and they pay
Still
for
pay.
it.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool. Glad they're doing that.
There you go. Son, you need to get her in the ring. Y'all could be Belair and Montez Ford, the next
Right.
ones of the independent scene.
I don't think you want to mess with Belair. She is strong.
Oh yeah.
And Mark Henry discovered her
Huh.
at a like a fitness show.
Yeah, she's built.
I think that's a huge loss for WWE letting Henry go because he found so many of these wrestlers, Braun Strowman,
Yeah.
A bunch of them. There's a couple guys that's just now hitting NXT now. He found those. Odyssey Jones. I don't know if you guys have seen him. He's huge. He reminds me a little bit of Mark Henry, except he's even huger. He's taller. And he's found a bunch of these people. And they let him. He wanted to stay in WWE, and he wanted to move up and be in the office and stuff. And
They wouldn't
Vince told him, said, we're laying people off. So I really can't
bring you
do this
out.
right now.
Yeah.
And he told Vince, I'm going to go to AEW. He said, you should. He said, that's what you want to do. He said, I think you'll do a great job at it.
Heck yeah.
What do you think's going to happen with Braun?
The rumor is that he's begging for his job back at WWE. That's been a
Huh.
rumor. But he had said he never wanted to work anywhere else. He wanted to stay at WWE for life, and they're the ones that found him. He loved it there. He thought it was great. And I don't know what happened,
Yeah.
how he fell out of grace.
I know he was hurt. I know one of his legs were like paralyzed or
Yeah,
something.
I thought they messed up with
Yeah,
him.
he was losing
too,
feeling
like,
in it.
Right.
They could have made.
Well, you can't keep changing the guy's character every other month. And I think he fell into that trap. And plus, they got a bunch of big guys. So I think they feel like, hey, we got a bunch of big guys. Do we need to pay him $1.5 million a year?
Yeah.
He's been here. He's done his time. We can let him go. So.
Might have been like you said, with the injury, let's release him and let him go heal up for a little while, give him some time off, then
Bring him back.
bring him back
I think
down the
the
road
The
sometime.
guy they lost that's really going to hurt him is going to be Bray Wyatt.
Oh yeah.
I like Bray Wyatt. They could have done so much with that damn Fiend character. They messed it.
I think they
that
messed
up.
him up when they put the belt on him.
He
Right.
didn't need the belt.
He didn't need the belt.
Right.
He should have never had a belt. He didn't need it.
And then it really killed it when they did that dumb shit with
With
Alexa
Seth Rollins?
Bliss.
Oh, with Bliss. Okay.
I didn't like that.
It made Alexa a star. That's for sure. She's like.
I was gonna say, I think she's done. Real
Yeah, I
good
mean,
with-
she's killed
She's
it,
still
but
running
like,
with that character.
she's done good with that gimmick.
Right.
I think they're getting ready to change it, though. They're
Yeah.
going to change the gimmick. That's why she's gone right now.
Probably.
Well, she had surgery. She had some sinus surgeries and stuff, but I think that they think they're going to change the character. So
Well, dang. I like that gimmick that she had.
Well, it was dark at first, but you notice how they started lighting it up
Making it more cheerful.
because they started selling all kinds of merchandise for it.
Yeah, she's like baby right now.
Yeah, they were selling all those dolls and
Yeah,
stuff.
how many times people you see with those dolls in the
Yeah.
crowd?
Well, that night that she had a Charlotte Flair doll. She made that night they were selling them at the show. I mean, that's one thing you can't put Vince down for marketing.
Oh yeah,
He knows how to market.
they'll probably never catch up marketing wise. I mean,
I don't think anybody's ever going to catch WWE because they're such a global company. now.
right? They're
I mean,
yeah.
don't get me wrong. You may be able to catch them in the ratings, and stuff.
But
maybe
money
possibly.
wise, it'll be tough. It'll be tough to ever be on WWE's level of
There's-
business.
Well, that's what people don't realize. They do 4 or 5 million, 6 million over in India, watching people on TV, other countries. I mean, it's a global product.
Right.
Now.
Look, they got a packed crowd in Saudi Arabia right there.
Well, you're never going to see ratings. Everybody wants to see the Monday Night Wars. Don't make no difference about wars. TV's
They
changed,
probably make
and
People-
because of streaming,
social media
and the
and
way
stuff.
and the way they watch TV. So now, what was 4 million people watching on TV, you're never going to have that again. The 2 million rating is about the same as what a 4 million.
Yeah, they're still
If-
viewing it, just not on
If
television.
you just look at the, like you said.
Well, everybody thought Vince was an idiot when he changed and started that WWE network, put the pay-per-views on the network, done all that streaming. And look now, that's why everything is streaming.
Not only,
He was a genius. He got in there first.
and he rented out the company for 5 years for what,
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Yeah,
Right.
licensed.
And he still owns everything. In 5 years, it comes back to him if he don't want to rent it
Yeah,
out again.
yeah.
The dude, he knows what he's doing.
Well, what, you probably I think probably about 50 mil just to do this show, one show.
I mean, I love it. I get to watch all the content on WWE for $10 a month.
Heck yeah.
I pay for view every month. When NXT was
Oh,
doing,
you can't. I mean, you can't beat the deal.
You go back watch all
If you're-
all
if
the
you're-
old
yeah, if you're a
matches. It's
wrestling
crazy.
fan,
Yeah.
it's definitely worth the $10 a month.
I do miss it being WWE Network. Like I don't like the Peacock version. I think it's hard to like get around, look what you're searching for
yeah,
and stuff.
WWE had a real good setup.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll go back and watch a lot of the Monday Night Wars.
You kept talking about Bruno Sammartino. I got on there the other day, was watching Bruno Sammartino matches because on the old school they've got almost all Bruno's matches at Madison Square
They had
Garden.
one of them
Heck yeah.
documentary things on the WWE Network that night when they're doing like that Bruno Sammartino Day. And I watched a bunch of that stuff. That dude was, when he was 14, he weighed 83 pounds.
Jeez.
He was like Austin size when he was 14, and that dude was huge when he was in.
Do you know how much I
pro
weighed when I
wrestling.
was
That's
13?
crazy, yeah.
You know what I weighed when I was 13?
55,
58 pounds. When I graduated high school, I weighed 85.
All right, yeah.
Now I'm 58 and I'm fat.
Well, imagine, Chris, what did you wrestle when we was in Wilson? I wrestled like 75, 85
I
pounds.
wrestled 75 in
75.
7th grade and
See?
85 in
Yeah.
8th grade. But Austin weighed 79 pounds as a freshman.
Right, yeah.
Austin was even smaller than me.
It was tough though. Shoot, I know you guys have probably seen it, the pictures of Brock Lesnar when he was 16 years old.
Oh, yeah.
He's built like a dang bodybuilder at the age of 16. It's crazy.
Yeah, when he wrestled in college, it was crazy. You see him walk out there, and it's like, this dude's just.
Right, yeah.
It's what you, whenever you're playing the
It's one of them dudes when
WWE
you
video game, you create your character, like
Brock
build all his
Lesnar.
stats
Well,
up.
he's one of those dudes in amateur wrestling, and you looked across the mat, and you're like,
Oh shit.
are you sure that's who I'm supposed to wrestle?
Right.
I don't think he's in my weight class.
This dude's 37 years old. I had a couple guys like that.
Have these guys been on TV much?
I have been on Raw lately. And Mansoor is from
Yeah, he's
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia.
Arabia.
He's from that. Exactly.
That's what I figure. I
Where
figured they.
exactly located. That's his hometown.
I figured
Right,
one
he's
person-
big over here, right?
So he's on every one of these, and he usually wins. I mean, he beat Cesaro on here a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
That's what I was going to say. They're probably on this card.
but
Because of that.
Ali here, he donated all his check to charity.
Yeah, they've been using Ollie wrong in my opinion. He's a hell of a wrestler.
Real good wrestler. He's a good speaker.
His characters, like, they're just bad.
Well,
the way
his story. So he was a police officer in Chicago, so he's got a real good story. So I don't know why they didn't use that.
Yeah. They made him, what was that, Retribution?
Yeah.
I hated that.
I think it could have been good, but they ruined it. They started something and they didn't know what they were doing, and then they just kind of.
Yeah, it faded out.
They say that real wrestling, done the right way, you should have a plan 6 months out.
I agree. I think so.
WWE don't do that.
Right. They short-term stories, yeah.
But Bully don't. Well, other than maybe like
Edge and Rollins. I mean,
Edge
that was
and Rollins,
long-term.
and then also
They're gonna
Roman Reigns.
They did Orton and Edge for a pretty long story.
But
there
the
for a
reason I
while.
think Roman Reigns is a long term is because they got Paul Heyman involved,
Oh, yeah.
and Heyman knows
Heyman
knows
man.
that stuff.
I ain't gonna lie, I miss the old Paul Heyman's ECW.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I mostly watch, is go back and watch the old
That
ECWs.
first pay per view that they had, that pay per view was crazy.
Yeah.
I remember that dude threw him off that scaffold through like 6 tables they had stacked up on top of each other and shit.
That's my favorite type of wrestling, is ECW wrestling.
Old ECW, we used to watch all that.
Because, I mean, yeah, they did a lot of hardcore stuff, but you look, they had good wrestlers in there, too.
Well, that's what he did. He tried to bring in the mix. I mean, they had the
Right.
Guerrero and Malenko and Chris Jericho. They brought guys in, that could they brought in the luchadors,
Right.
and stuff. They brought in people that put on
Made-
different type
yeah.
matches.
Then, of course, you had RVD and Sabu as their, main guys, and I mean, they were good ones
Tommy
to build around. Dreamer, yeah.
I think
Sandman, even.
I think the thing that's going to hurt AEW is that they want to cater to their fan base, and I think if that's all they're going to cater to, I don't think it's going to grow. I
Right.
think it's going to level out at $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.2 million, and it's not going to grow. They've got to. I'm not saying change completely, but if they got to find a way to get new fans.
Exactly. They brought in CM Punk. How much bigger can you, what else can they
You
do?
brought Punk and Daniel Bryan in a month's time, and
Yeah.
you gained
That's what
a
I'm.
couple
And they
100,000
haven't-
viewers.
And they haven't even put either one of them in a
And a
story.
storyline, and yet you got to have a storyline.
Yeah.
And I
That's something I've been discussing with other wrestlers, is the AEW talent. There's so many people going there, it'd be kind of getting lost in the mix. Guys that they've brought in, it's they've got so much going on that I don't know if there's a place for everyone that they're hiring.
Yeah, I don't know. And then if they do bring in Bray Wyatt,
There's another.
If you use Daniel Bryan right, and CM Punk, either one of them, if you get them in the right storyline, you could explode.
Right.
I know he's a little bit older now, but even though he's older, to me, as far as watching somebody, I just soon see Bryan Danielson wrestle as anybody.
Yeah. Oh,
Because
yeah.
he tells stories in the ring, and he's just so good in the ring.
You guys watch Danielson and Suzuki? Did you watch that?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
It's
I
it
watched
was a
it.
good one.
Yeah, I watched it. It was good.
I loved
I
it.
haven't seen that one.
But can you believe that? Of course, Dave Meltzer is the one that gives out the 5-star matches.
Yeah.
That Daniel Bryan never had a 5-star match
Until
until he went to AEW.
I saw
Now,
that.
come on.
Yeah, it's
That makes them other matches mean nothing.
He put that out there for one reason. He knew it was going to get heat and it was going to
Get
draw
him
viewers.
ratings.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
no, but my
That's all for the
yeah,
for the click rate.
but my thing is, how has he never had a 5? Come
Yeah.
on.
he's definitely had a
Bunch
but
of 5-star
they've-
matches.
Yeah, just not by Meltzer's standards, I guess.
Are you a big Kenny Omega fan?
Really, I've just started getting into Kenny Omega since he went to AEW. I never really watched New Japan until recently.
Either, and I
Just
thought
got a new subscriber.
some wrestlers, some of his matches I've liked. The one with Daniel Bryan I thought was
Oh, that was great.
was great. Yeah,
It didn't get much better than
There's
that.
been some real good matches. There's been some I didn't.
In your house.
The one match he had with Christian I thought was real good. He had a
I actually
match-
didn't watch that one. I
Yeah,
haven't watched it.
it was real good.
Shout out to Khan in your house for the new follow.
Check out that podcast. It's a good show.
Yep.
Hollywood House does a great job on that. The In Your House podcast.
HOWSE.
You can find it on any of the major podcasting platforms. had somebody on there. I forget. He had the highlight reel on there last week. He had somebody from Bleacher Report on there before that. I can't remember the guy's name now. Guy that covers like pro wrestling for Bleacher Report. I didn't even know Bleacher Report covered pro wrestling.
Yeah, they do.
They cover everything.
The guy,
I don't know if they still do.
the guy from there was on the Hollywood House podcast.
When AEW first started their review, you could get them through Bleacher
Okay,
Report.
I do remember that.
Yeah, you could get them through Bleacher Report. Yeah.
Do you know if Rowan is going to be in AEW, or was that just a one-off thing for the Luke or the Brody Lee tribute thing?
Originally, I think it was just a one-off. Now, if Bray Wyatt goes there, maybe they'll do something. I don't know. Did you see where Eric Bischoff let Khan from AEW have it?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he brings up WCW and the fact that they failed and all this stuff, but and then he's saying that he's competing with WWE, and Bischoff got mad and he said, no, you're not competing with WWE. He said, go head to head, said have some balls and go head to head on Monday night or Friday night, then you can say you're competing. So we compete and we beat it and we beat them. You're not competing. He said, actually, he told him to shut the fuck up. That's what Bischoff did say. He told him to shut the fuck up on his podcast.
He does have a point, though, because, I mean, Bischoff went head-to-head with WWE's main show, Raw. You know what I mean? They went same night as their stable show. And
I think he took offense. He took a shot at Ted Turner and said Ted Turner didn't know 1% of what he knows.
I saw
Khan did.
that.
Yeah, and the bad thing is Ted Turner is sitting in a nursing home with dementia. So that's probably not the right thing.
Right, he can't defend himself.
And I doubt if he even knows Ted Turner. So why would you even comment? Because Ted Turner, it was WWE people said something about Ted Turner, comparing him to Ted Turner. That it wasn't Ted Turner. Why even make a bad comment about Ted Turner?
Oh, dang. Ali may not leave out the country. He's attacking Mansoor after Mansoor already won. They're going to put a hit out on Ali.
Who's this?
Khan put something.
it's a Hollywood House. He said he really wants to comment on our stream, but he's still banned.
Yeah.
But he said
He's in Facebook jail.
But he said thanks for plugging the show, and he's really enjoying the talk, specifically the AEW talk with Dalton and the OG. And he said he can tell he really loves the sport. And he said Dalton hasn't seen Kenny Omega before AEW. You're robbing yourself of quality matches, kid.
I've went back, since he's been in AEW, I've went back and watched some of his old stuff, but I'm saying, at the time when he was in New Japan, I wasn't following New Japan Pro
And then he
Wrestling.
put also,
go ahead.
he put also Dalton Love equals future star.
I appreciate that.
I agree with that, House. Oh, who's this dude? We got some mask.
I'm not sure who that is.
I'm not either.
Did you just say I'm back, motherfucker?
I think he said surprise.
Yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what he said.
Was that, I'm not sure who it is.
Tariq something.
He's probably big over there in Saudi Arabia.
You knew what was coming.
Right.
Yeah, he's big over there. You see the fans going crazy.
Yeah. I think he was in. I think he's from what I kind of gathered, he was in the Olympics.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
He was in like Taekwondo or
Yep.
or judo or something, karate, whatever, in the one of their Olympians.
He ain't the dude that in that karate that got fucking.
I think
he got robbed.
got-
I think he's
For
the one.
because they said he hit the dude
Yeah, he
too
won the
hard.
gold, and then they said it unnecessary roughness
Yeah.
or whatever, and disqualified him.
He knocked the guy out. And
Yeah.
I think they
Because I think they said
Yeah.
that he's a he
Yeah, I
got
watched
a,
that.
he's
It
a
was-
silver
that was him.
medalist.
I think it is him.
He knocked the dude out, and the dude was out cold laying there, and they ended up disqualifying him. And
Said he was too rough, or basically
it was basically that kick.
it was
right
that
there.
kick right there.
Okay,
Got
now,
him disqualified
yeah.
from the Olympics.
'Cause I watched that live on the Olympics when that happened. 'Cause I was going crazy. I was like, that's bullshit. It's karate. I mean, what do you expect?
Right. Yeah, that's silly.
They got a lot of people down on the floor there too.
It's a big crowd. There's probably 40 or 50,000 there, I bet. They're talking about doing SummerSlam next year in London.
That'd be cool.
They did it many years ago. That's when British Bulldog beat Bret Hart in a match.
That's when he won the title, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
British
it was. I
Bulldog?
think it was the. I don't think it was the WWE Championship. I think it
The,
was the Intercontinental.
Intercontinental.
That was a heck of a match.
Yeah, they switched up Mandy Rose's look, didn't they?
Right.
Halloween hat.
Yeah, they have.
I saw that.
I can't believe how good Breaker looks. The fact he's only been wrestling for about 6 months. It just.
I didn't know he's
Unbelievable.
only been in for 6 months.
Yeah, he didn't sign with them. It's been about 6 or 7 months ago when he signed with WWE, and he never. Now I'm not saying he didn't work out with his dad and
Gotcha.
his
yeah,
uncle and stuff.
right, yeah.
But as far as
Like wrestling on the indies, he wouldn't.
yeah, I don't think he was.
I still think they should have done the
Well,
Rex Steiner or whatever.
3 days before he debuted, they said it was going to be Rex Steiner, and then something happened. I don't know what happened.
They're weird with their names. You see where like Keith Lee got changed to Bearcat Lee.
The reason they changed that is well, first it was going to be Keith Bearcat Lee.
Right.
But there's a famous wrestler, that's Bearcat, a black athlete that was a wrestler. He was huge in the I want to say it was the 40s or 50s. Huge star.
Gotcha.
I mean, he was a black star. And they had black at that time. Blacks could only wrestle blacks, and he was the first one that got to wrestle.
Yeah.
Against white people and stuff.
That's
so
cool.
and he was a huge star. So they think that's why they're doing that.
So they're trying to like kind of mimic it in a way or something. Shoot, I feel like he was over just as Keith Lee. You know.
I loved Keith Lee in NXT.
Right.
I thought he was
Yeah.
fantastic. I thought he was the next big thing.
Me
And
too.
Then,
I thought so as well.
then they come in and he debuts and beats Randy Orton, and then
And then yeah, they
They do it
didn't
again.
go anywhere with it.
what happened? So
They had him getting his ass whooped.
Yep. I'll tell you another dude I'm really liking is Walter. You know Walter
Walter's
from.
outstanding, but I don't think they can get him to move.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want
He
to.
lives in Germany on a farm, and he don't want.
Doesn't want no part of it, and I can't blame him. I guess.
I think he could be a huge star for him.
Oh yeah.
You think of the matches he could have against Brock Lesnar or
Right.
anybody.
He's probably afraid of going there and being turned into a joke or something.
I don't even think as much as that he just don't want. He don't like. Kind of like Brock Lesnar, he don't really like people.
Right. Yeah.
And he likes to stay on his farm.
Just wants to do his own thing. Yeah.
'Cause I know that's what Paul Heyman says about Brock Lesnar. He really don't like people.
Right.
He likes to stay in Minnesota on his ranch. and
Minnesota on his ranch and
with his wife. And
His daughter, I believe, is in Division 1 somewhere, like Arizona, maybe Arizona State, and she does track. She's like a shot put.
I'm anxious to see how the Rock's daughter does. She's down at the training center. But she's also had already had two or three knee surgeries. So.
Oh dang, I didn't.
So she's pretty young, but I don't know.
Is Michael Cole probably like the longest tenured employee that they have right now?
Yeah, I would say so.
So he has to be pretty.
Probably.
He has to be pretty
I would
close
say
because he's
now.
been there forever.
Yeah, because Pat Patterson was there forever, but of course he passed away, and he left for a few years before that.
I would say he has to be right up there because he's been with them for. Especially, it's weird that he's been commentating for so long because usually Vince switches the commentating table and gets you out of there, but he's always been like the one guy that's been there.
Consistent, yeah.
Which Vince was good at commentary when he done the commentary back in the day.
He was okay. I wasn't a big. I always liked Gorilla Monsoon.
I like Gorilla Monsoon.
Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan. They were my favorites.
I like Lawler and J.R. together. I thought they were
Oh yeah,
great.
that's my favorite, Lawler and J.R.
All Lawler talked about was puppies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Lawler would get canceled.
Yeah.
He's trying to do that now.
There's no way Lawler would be able to be on air.
WWE couldn't do half the stuff they done back then either.
He just did an interview. He thinks why he's not on TV right now because he made a joke about what's the Japanese wrestler doing the ninja gimmick in WWE. I can't think of his name, but he made some kind of comment and he hasn't been on since.
Dang.
Can't think of who you're talking about.
That's a big dude, man.
He's supposed to be runs around trying to get R-Truth's belt. The little,
Tozawa.
Akira Tozawa.
Yep.
Tozawa.
Yep. Yeah. He made some kind of didn't mean nothing by it.
Right.
Made some mark and
I don't like when they have big dudes like Omos on there. Like, they're just over there big for no reason. They don't do nothing. They can't wrestle. They can't talk. They can't do shit.
But look how small he makes Styles look.
Right.
I mean, Styles really ain't that
He's not a real
big
big
of a
dude,
dude.
but still.
He makes Randy Orton look big, and Orton, he's pretty tall. I mean, he wears them lifters in his boots, it looks like, but
Oh, he does.
dude's got bottom of his boots are like this.
3 inches thick. Yeah.
they say he's a legit 7'4".
Yeah, he's monstrous.
I think AJ needs to go back being a singles wrestler.
Me too.
That dude's terrible.
Yeah, he's not a great worker, but I don't know.
Most big guys aren't though.
Right.
Real big guys like that. They're
He's
not.
probably not even been in that long either.
I don't like seeing them big dudes.
No, he
Like,
hasn't
I'd
been
rather
very
see
long.
like regular sized dudes that are in there like moving around,
doing
going
some
fast,
wrestling,
like
yeah.
doing some shit. Like, yeah. I don't want to see a big dude that's got 3 moves.
Well, they said John Cena only had 5 moves. So
Yeah.
if you got the right 5 moves, that's all you need. Well, but
I think he
People
just had the right look.
Look, people just hated. A lot of people just hated on Cena to hate on Cena too because he was so hot at the time.
Yeah, he was.
I mean,
getting
even if
pushed
you
so
want to
heavily.
say he only had 5 moves, hey, he done that 5 fucking moves good.
Right.
like Bully Ray said that, and he said he didn't know that at the time in ECW. He came to WWE and he learned from older talent and stuff. He said 5 minutes on the microphone, or 2 minutes on the microphone can mean more than 15 minutes in the ring.
Right. Yeah.
If you do it right and you're good. He said that's the most important thing. And a perfect example, look at Cesaro. Cesaro doesn't have a great personality.
But he's great in the ring.
Who's better? I mean, really, who's better? Who can you say better than him in the ring?
Not many people.
No. So I mean,
He's great.
But if he had,
Ritter went and took his scooter back and was coming out on a camel.
Coming back out on a camel. Look at Randy Orton.
Oh my god! These two feeding off each other are great, man. They're such an odd couple that is so great.
And Randy Orton's not even saying that; just his facial expressions.
Mm-hmm. look at AJ. Like,
well, they go back from Survivor Series last year when they were supposed to team together, all them guys, and he called AJ Styles Skipper. Every time he talks to AJ Styles now, he still calls him Skipper. Still.
Right.
I mean, it just.
Rudolph definitely found his calling when he came to pro wrestling from MMA.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't bad at MMA, but with his personality and stuff,
it's just that
he's
him and
awesome
Dana
with
got
his.
into it in
Well,
MMA.
the reason he's made it is because he made Vince McMahon laugh. Vince McMahon thinks he's hilarious. He is
hilarious.
He's got it made. Now,
Right.
if he didn't think Keith Lee, he don't think Keith Lee has a personality. So it's what Vince's head.
wants.
I mean, Roman Reigns really didn't have a big personality at first. That's why
That's why he's with Heyman.
that's why Heyman's was with them all the time. Why don't you put somebody with Lee?
Yeah, well, that's what Billy Ray said. Billy Ray says we don't agree with a lot of stuff that Vince McMahon does, but how are you going to argue with him? He's turned into being
Right.
and see, everybody thinks Vince McMahon was a big millionaire, billionaire.
No, he was poor as a kid.
He grew up in a trailer park. That's where he grew up at. I mean, and his dad was successful, but not to the level that he
Well,
took.
back
it to.
then it was all territories. His dad ran that territory or whatever, but Vince is the one that's made it global and even national. He was
He was the first to take it national, and
put everything he had in that first WrestleMania.
and the story on that is where he got the money for the first WrestleMania.
WCW.
He bought the rights to TBS, got that contract to show his show on TBS instead of WCW, and people hated it. They hated it, him being on there. So WCW wanted the contract back and give him over $1 million.
Yeah, he
for that
sold the contract back to him, and he used that money to
took
put on
that $1 million
WrestleMania.
and put on WrestleMania. And they said if WrestleMania would have failed, Vince was done because he put everything into it.
So WCW basically paid for WrestleMania 1.
Wow.
And Bobby Heenan and a bunch of them thought that this ain't gonna work. He said we don't need Liberace here and this guy and that guy. So what is he doing? He said that shows. He said, look what I knew. He said
Probably
he knew what he was doing.
It's right up there as one of the biggest shows of the year in anything.
Oh yeah.
What about the Super Bowl? Super Bowl probably is right up there with it.
Well, they said that they're going to try to sell out Dallas this year, over 100,000. WrestleMania. What they're going to try to sell out, we'll see.
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, I guarantee you they do it.
They've done it there in Michigan. They said about the record about all the arenas. That's why I'm surprised they haven't came to Lucas Oil for
I wish they'd bring
WrestleMania,
WrestleMania there.
That'd be cool. That'd be crazy.
There was talk about it a few years ago, and then I haven't heard anything else about it.
A lot of these major cities started getting new stadiums and stuff, and that's going to trump Indianapolis.
Oh yeah, especially that one in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they're going to book something in Las Vegas
And that
again.
brand new one in Los Angeles too, but that one in
They're
Las
both
Vegas,
nice
man.
stadiums. Did you play or do you follow any other sports besides wrestling?
Yeah, I used to follow a lot of football, and then now I don't even watch it. I follow it on social media, and that's about it. Yeah. And then I played football when I was in middle school and throughout high school.
The culture team.
Yeah, but like I said, now it's just I don't even know if Colts are hard to like anymore. I try to like them.
How many different teams has Randy Orton been on?
I think so.
Oh shoot! Now they're doing some teamwork.
And he's Orton's great too, though. I mean,
Well, Jim Ross took a bunch of heat because he said that Randy Orton was the
Best wrestler.
best wrestler in the business, and people went crazy because he said that.
I mean, shoot, I could agree. I think he's definitely the best in WWE right now.
Well, that's what people don't understand he's taking everything into psychology and taking everything
Character,
into
yeah.
not just moves in the ring.
How many people that don't even watch or don't really know nothing about wrestling can tell you what an RKO is?
Right.
You know,
exactly.
You're like, oh, I'm about to RKO you or something.
Yeah.
You know, everybody knows what an RKO is if they see it.
See, that's the thing that AEW's missing right now. There's a lot of wrestlers on WWE that their names been around for so long, and they know.
Well,
I mean, even your casual fan knows the name.
if it wasn't for, in my opinion, if it wasn't for Chris Jericho, AEW wouldn't be where they are right now.
Him the first year. If he wasn't there the first year, they may. I don't know if
Because he was their big. I mean, he was their biggest draw they had. He was their draw when they first started.
I don't know if they would have made
And
it.
he's so good on the mic and everything.
I think also kind of what hurts AEW on that is like they get a lot of guys who had a name but then they have to change their name. So then like not the hardcore wrestling fan kind of loses who they were, you know, just the casual guys who watch like, you know, WWE and have heard of like, you know, knew Rusev Day. That was a big popular gimmick. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people who had heard of Rusev Day, but now like he went and a lot of people don't even know that he's Miro.
Right, yeah.
Or like, you know, Ty Dillinger, the, you know, 10-10-10 thing was big for a minute, and they don't know that he's Sean Spears.
That's how Matt Seidel, Evan Bourne,
Right.
a lot of people don't
Exactly.
put that together that he's Evan
Or
Bourne.
Cardona, people don't know who Matt Cardona is. Like,
Right.
I think that's what hurts them more so is like, they're not able to take that name and that gimmick and keep that, you know, keep that thing flowing for them.
That's where the WWE's smart.
Yeah,
because they've got that name and they can still sell merchandise.
Mhm.
That guy can still get checks off of it, but they still
Right.
get their money off of it too.
Right.
But Bully Ray is not even contracted with them, but he still gets merch checks.
Oh yeah,
every month because they still sell 3D shirts.
I'll bet you they sell all kinds of merch at a show like this. Too.
I bet you they will.
Mm-hmm.
Jericho's a guy I don't think that gets the respect in the business that he should get.
Yeah, because he's reinvented himself.
Yeah, how many times has he
Multiple
reinvented
times.
himself? He's always been able to come up with some kind of gimmick that takes off.
Right.
Like the list. That shit that shit was funny as hell when he was doing that back on there. That's it, I'll put you on the list.
Well, the reason he got mad at WWE is because over that, he thought Kevin Owens and him should have been main eventing that year because he had such a good storyline.
Right.
And he got ticked off, and that's one of the main reasons he left. They put him on the second match on WrestleMania card, and he got mad.
Yeah.
That's one thing I don't get about CM Punk is he don't think he got a big enough push or whatever in WWE. But without WWE, he wouldn't be where he's at right now.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't be making what he's making right now if he hadn't been in WWE.
Right.
I mean, that's a fact. I mean, whether he wants to face it or not, it's true.
Yeah, yeah. I saw where he was like wanting to like eliminate everything he's done in WWE. He's like, I started wrestling at Ring of Honor, and I didn't. That's where I stopped wrestling. But you know, it's
And
like you can't say that because
I'm not saying it's even his fault. When he was champion, I mean, I'm not saying he wasn't successful at all, but he wasn't huge.
Right. He was. Yeah.
You know, and I mean, it may not be all his fault. I mean, just.
Well, I think what made him so, like, don't get me wrong, he was a great wrestler, great worker, great on the mic, but what made him so big was taking the 7 years off, you know, and then him coming back. It's like, look what he's done.
But I think it was bigger him going back to AEW than it
Right.
would have been if he went back to WWE.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because a lot of people would just said he was a sellout and shit for going back to WWE. And
I don't think he'll ever go back. I mean, never say never, but I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
can't
he
never
got-
say
right.
never.
And then when going to AEW, you got the people, okay, yeah, he stuck it to WWE by going to AEW, so he gets that rub.
Right.
I know Billy Ray brought up he didn't understand it, that he was so upset that that last WrestleMania wrestle, I think it was the last one, that he wasn't happy and he was wrestling the Undertaker. How can you be not happy and you're wrestling the Undertaker?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big match.
He didn't have his ice cream bars. I guess he has them now, and they said,
So what did Eric
Who-
Onick say? He said they suck. He said
Yeah,
they
Eric said
taste
it-
like a Dollar General ice cream
Yeah.
bar.
he said we're no $8. He said it. I was cracking up.
Mark Henry said they was great, but I think he loves everything. So.
It don't look like he's passed up too many
That's what I'm
food
saying.
options. Yeah, Eric said when they went to the AEW, he said he got him one. He said they were $8. He said they weren't worth $1.
Yeah, I don't think Mark Henry really wanted to go to AEW. It was the fact that WWE didn't want him anymore.
Yeah, he still wanted to be part of
Because
it.
he said he's on Busted Open. He does the show Fridays and Saturdays. He said his feelings was hurt. You know, he said they hurt my feelings. He said, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
He said that's where I wanted to be, and they wouldn't take me. So AEW offered me a job, and
Yeah.
The Floating Bro, Arcade Bro, and Steel Champions.
and people give AJ Styles hell. They said, well, you're being buried. You're being buried. He said, I'm 40-some years old. He said, my job now is to put over
Put
other
people
people.
over. Exactly. And that's what he's doing with Omos, really. I think so.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
trying to help almost.
he's
And-
made him
and-
like a
And
star.
you know, if anytime that a guy like Riddle beats him or something, that's helping him too.
Right. Shoot, didn't Riddle, I think he beat AJ Styles when he first came in, didn't he? Beat him.
Whether you beat the guy, that's what Bully said. Whether you beat the guy or not, if you don't elevate him,
He didn't do your job.
well, not that you didn't beat nobody.
Yeah. Right.
So that's what Bully said. You got to help make that guy look good because you beat somebody. If not, what did it mean?
Yeah, that's what they say too. They say don't if you're about to wrestle someone, don't cut a promo on him, telling him how bad he sucks, because
Yeah,
then you go
yeah,
beat him.
yeah.
All right, you beat someone who sucks, and if he beats you, all right, you just got beat by someone who sucks.
Man, that dude cracks me the fuck up. I want to drink a beer with Riddle. You think they'll ever have Orton surpass the 16?
I don't think so. They wanted Cena to do it, but Cena don't want to do it. Flair wants him to do it,
Right.
but Cena says he don't want to do it. He thinks it's disrespectful. Flair disagrees. He thinks he should do it. So I don't
That's
know.
why I think Randy, because the Legend Killer, all that, you know, like,
And he's still going
Right.
consistently.
and he's at like 14, isn't he?
Yeah, he's close. I know it's up there.
Yeah, 14 or 15.
And I don't see him like wanting to be done anytime soon. So I say,
I think if anybody beats that record, it'll be Randy Orton.
I'd be there for it. I think he's
Just
Done
and it
so
just
much
adds
for
more to the
WWE.
Legend Killer thing. You know, he's killing the legend of Ric Flair. He's the
Right.
all time now.
Well, I think
You
Orton's
know.
trying to give back now because he was such an asshole when he was younger and wouldn't listen to people.
yeah.
Because he stated that several people saved his job,
Oh yeah.
or he'd been done a long time ago.
Hey, what I tell you? Give it right now. Come here. Come here, bro. Come on the other side, buddy. Hold on. Hold on. Lay down. There we go. Lay down.
I think this match here could be real good. The three-way with the women, I think could be real
Oh
good.
yeah.
Who you think the best woman they have is?
I like Becky Lynch the best, honestly, but I think Bianca, like, she's coming up. I mean, they've got great. The WWE's women's division is stacked, in my opinion.
A lot of people have been giving them heck though lately.
I mean,
I think if you look at the talent, I think it's real good.
Sasha,
I think it's got
Charlotte,
to be.
they've
I
got-
think it's got to be booked a little better.
Right.
They do a
better
lot
be
of.
not-
they
You better
have
be
been
good.
doing like really short matches, right?
Go
Yeah.
lay down.
I haven't been watching it weekly. I only watch the pay per view, so
I'm tired of seeing Charlotte as champion all the
me
time.
too.
Yeah,
She's
I
good,
think
but she's definitely like she's been at her prime.
She
you
had
know?
her and Bianca Belair Monday night had a heck of a match.
Yeah.
It was a real good.
She can
match.
go. I just think people are just getting tired that she's been on the top for so long.
Right,
She
yeah.
can. In the ring, there ain't many that are better than
Oh
she
yeah,
is.
Good, yeah.
athletically, Bianca Belair can stay with her athletically, but it's hard for the other ones to stay athletically with her.
Yeah.
Sasha Banks does good, but
Naomi's
she's a lot
a
smaller.
real good athlete.
So but that's still a good matchup because the smaller and
I'll tell you, who's a good wrestler is Asuka. Asuka knows how to
Mm-hmm.
wrestle.
I think they've heard her. She was a beast in NXT.
Dude, yeah, she was on fire. Yeah.
She's out with an injury. Hopefully that when she comes back.
Yeah, if she was another one they could have built up better.
I thought they should have went after that girl that won the Olympics. I can't think of her name right now, but
Adeline Gray or whatever.
no.
No, I know you're talking about black girl, but I can't think of her name.
She was on SummerSlam with Gable when they come out and showed the medals and stuff at SummerSlam. She got a heck of a personality.
Name like Jessa or something. Jess.
Something stock.
Stock.
Like 3 names: first name, middle name, and something stock.
I'm not sure.
And I can't
I
remember.
know who you're talking about. I can't think of what her name is.
She won the Olympics in wrestling.
Her looks changed a lot.
Charlotte?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She doesn't
Her
even look
face,
like
you
the
can-
same Charlotte from like a few years ago.
She's had a lot of work done.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's a lot thinner.
She's one I think you could end up seeing in AEW.
You think so?
But Andrade,
Yeah, because of. But honestly, what have they done with Andrade? They haven't done nothing with it.
That's what I'm saying. Guys are going there and they're just getting lost in the mix.
well, they did that thing.
Well, they wrestled
I don't
on
even
that
think it was.
AEW Dark.
It wasn't
They
even
wrestle
A.
on dark, and and I don't. I
It wasn't
watched-
AEW, but he had that thing with the FTR
Yeah, I'm already.
where they
Triple
dressed up
A,
with
right.
them the mask and the green suits.
Did you guys catch where when Edge when Seth Rollins went to Edge's house, and he said he talks to Beth Phoenix on the phone, and he said 2 names he was going to send there. It was FTR, but it was their real names.
He said, yeah.
Yeah, he said their real names. I forget what, Bob or somebody else, but that's who it was. He was talking about them.
That's cool. I like when they break that wall that they're not supposed to.
No, you're not getting on the table. Wait,
He just wants to be on camera. I thought she was going to go to AEW after Malachi Black or whatever you want to call him
It
now.
was her dream to be in WWE,
Tommy End.
and her husband was in WWE. So she goes there, and then a month later they fire her
Get
husband.
fired,
Fire
yeah.
her husband.
Didn't they let go of her too for a
Yeah,
while?
and then they brought her back.
Right.
Well, they let go. The only reason they let go is they fired her was because she got into it with him over her
Twitch.
Twitch channel and stuff.
See, that's something else that they're doing that I don't agree with is taking their, like, what are exactly, they're like taking money from,
Well, they're not.
they
allowed,
own the
They're not
Twitch
allowed-
channels
you're not
and
allowed to
stuff?
have your own Twitch. You can have a Twitch through them. See, the problem. That's the same thing Burley says. The problem with most of these people, they don't look at their contract when they sign it, and then they get mad because it's all in the contract. What you
Yeah.
can do and what you can't do. So how can you get mad if you
You
signed
signed
it?
yeah.
He said you got to negotiate. And
Well, I also understand WWE's thing. They get on that social media or whatever, and they say something to get canceled or do something stupid. It goes right back.
Not
it
only
goes
that,
back to WWE.
if WWE's got a deal with Pepsi, and you're on your Twitch for Coke,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So especially if you're using if you're using your name. If you're using Charlotte Flair,
Your gimmick, yeah.
yeah. So it's a tough situation. I mean, I'm not.
I just wouldn't want to have like my Twitch thing controlled by someone else. Tell me what I could and couldn't do with
Yeah.
it.
But now, if you're making,
But yeah,
if you're making $750,000
pay
a
me
year,
money, and then all right, you might be able to take it.
yeah, you may not mind it so much.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
that's like like Xavier Woods with his up, down, down. I think that's the only reason he was allowed to keep that, because he's now like partnered with WWE.
Yeah.
Because before it was his own thing,
Yep.
and now like I believe WWE gets a piece of that now.
Well, see, another thing, if you're making $750,000 a year, that does not count your merch.
Right.
Your profit off that
Everything
doesn't count.
else you're making.
Don't count any of that, or it don't count if you go to a show like this.
You get a bonus.
It's a different check. So I mean,
Everything's got its price.
They made him cover all the way up again from the neck down.
there's no choice there.
Oh shoot! I didn't even realize
They
that.
did it the last couple times that they done it, because the women aren't allowed to
Right.
be exposed like that over there.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that.
Well, they wouldn't until 2 years ago. They weren't even allowed to be on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Women wasn't allowed to, because the way the rules went over there.
Yeah.
Because weren't they going to try to do that Ronda Rousey thing there, and they ended up canceling it
I think
at
so.
the first time they
Right.
started doing this.
Quiet.
That's wild.
Quiet. Go lay down somewhere, buddy. Your blanket's over there.
I want to see Dewdrop and Nia go at it in have a big storyline.
You guys saw that shoot with Charlotte and Nia, didn't you? Where they started
yeah.
punching each
Yeah,
other.
sure. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I watched that match.
Sorry.
Has she been back on TV since then? Nia?
No, Nia's taken some time off. They had Shayna Baszler injured, supposedly injured.
Shoot, I saw where Shayna kicked Asuka's tooth out. You see that?
Yep.
That was crazy too.
A lot of people don't like that Nia either.
No.
She hurts a lot of people.
She's not. Yeah, she's injuring a lot of talent.
It would be easy to do. You're big, so you got to be more conscious of what you're doing. I don't think she.
Yeah, she didn't. it looks
Especially
she
she's
didn't
like
care,
with
especially
almost
the way
6
she-
foot, like
Well,
300 pounds, and she's against a
and-
little Alexa
and-
Bliss who's
well,
5
well,
foot, 110 pounds. You know,
But you
like,
know who they're best friends?
yeah.
Nia and Alexa Bliss best friends.
Huh.
Real good friends. But
But like,
everybody said, why ain't why ain't she fired? Eric, why ain't she fired? You know why she's not fired? Who's she related to?
yeah,
Oh,
to the
yeah.
NY family.
Right.
Yeah, they're all related. They're not gonna fire her.
Yeah.
Well, perfect example, Jimmy Uso
Yeah.
had several DUIs and they
He's still champion right now.
didn't do it.
How many other people have had the same thing and they get punished?
Like Jeff Hardy. That's one that comes
And
to mind.
or they'll take him off of TV for a while.
But it's just-
He was on TV the very next weekend.
It's the same. It's the same way in like the NFL and sports. Though
Yeah.
you can get away with what you're worth. I mean,
Yep.
look at them. Hell,
No,
there's NFL players that murdered people.
Hey.
In
high
They're
school
free, yeah.
sports.
Yeah, that's for
There was
sure.
people got caught doing stuff that if the average wrestler or basketball player would have got caught doing that, they would have been off the team. Since that guy was the star
Top
and had
star.
had a chance to win state or do whatever,
Gets away with it.
gets away with it.
Oh,
It's just life. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Ric Flair, the plane
Right.
plane ride from hell, the stuff he did. Other people got fired. Dustin Rhodes got fired. He was singing drunk. He got fired. Ric Flair exposed himself to somebody. He didn't get fired.
Nothing.
Helicoptered him.
Helicopter.
He was taking a ride on a helicopter in an airplane.
Tommy Dreamer speaks about it. He gets fired.
I saw that. Yeah, that's crazy. Because I don't know.
especially since the woman that already got a settlement out of it. So,
She got a settlement out
and
of
then
it.
that, now you're causing another big thing about it.
20 years later.
Right.
So it's kind of.
They probably went to her though, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she was on the documentary.
She
Yeah,
was, I'll be
watched
honest
it.
with you. I thought she was very convincing.
Yeah.
I believed her.
I was
believe-
like,
I
I felt
believe-
bad for her. I did.
I
felt
believed
bad for
everything
her.
she said. I think she was in a relationship with
I haven't watched it.
with a guy who take the money, take the money, take the money. Who
Right.
cares? That was Ric Flair. Who cares? Take the money. I think that was the situation she was in.
And then at that time, you know, there's no social media, no anything. That kind of money don't just fall out of the, you know, people wasn't just getting that kind of money all the time then.
For sure.
I imagine she got paid a little bit more for being on that documentary too. So
Oh yeah,
Oh hell.
for sure.
But I think a lot of fans got upset, and the ratings have dropped since that's been on. I think that's may end up being the death of that show.
You think so? I haven't watched the Plane Ride from Hell was the newest one I've seen. I haven't seen the newer ones. I like it though. I love Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, I like it.
Last week's was
awesome.
was Luna Vachon, and I haven't got to see that one. I really want to see that because back when she wrestled with Glow many years ago. I went to that TV taping down in Indianapolis. She was crazy. She was chasing kids around. I mean, the whole arena. I mean, they was going up and down the stairs chasing little kids.
They said she.
Yeah, she did pass
Right.
away.
I know I was watching Gangrel's podcast not too long ago, and he was talking about her.
He was
on
part of
there.
he was part of that show, I think.
I wish he wouldn't have got hurt because I would have liked to seen him at that last
Yeah, I
show.
would like to see Gangrel.
Don't get me wrong, getting to see Head Shrinker Samu was cool.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, I agree.
But Gangrel.
She got her, didn't
Vega
she?
got it.
Zelina is the queen.
It's surprising that these two were in the finals. Like,
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Well, the only other
You
ones that would have had
was you
winning are on the
expecting
triple
Vega to win
threat.
that
yeah.
I thought she had a chance. I mean, they brought her back to the company, so I think they wanted to do something with her.
I don't think Bailey's been on for a while, has she?
She got injured.
Injured.
And she had a real bad injury. About 9 months, I think.
Well, that
Sounds
You
like
dropped-
9
she
months
was- she
might be
was pretty good
pregnancy.
for me.
No,
Yeah,
it was it was
She's injured
yeah. I think
for-
it was a knee.
Ah. Dang.
She's. I didn't know how she would do as a heel. I think she did great.
Oh yeah, she was yeah.
I wonder if they're giving her a push as a kiss my ass to Aleister Black.
No, usually it's the opposite. Usually, if you do something, they bury you because But
Yeah, I'm surprised.
they let Aleister Black go. I mean, I don't know why. I think he was very.
I think he
talented.
kind of wanted
That's
a
what I
release
figured,
too.
Well, he
Didn't
said.
he?
Well, he at one time, but then he said they started working on everything, and he thought he was getting ready to get a push.
It was starting to get better, and then all of a sudden,
and then he
boom.
gets a phone call and they let him go. And he said the bad part of that is they never tell you why. They told him budget cuts.
Right.
That's all they said.
That's crazy. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, it's. No, you're fine right here where you're at.
I hope it's Xavier Woods. I hope Woods wins.
Me too.
Finn Balor.
I've been going by Prince lately.
Ballard, he's gonna be the demon.
I don't think he's going to have a demon. I don't believe. They've been teasing that Jeff Hardy's going to change his character. I think in TNA he was a character called Willow. Talking about maybe doing that.
Scrappy. Scrappy.
Hey, he's fine. Quick. You're gonna go back outside. You're gonna be out there crying. Hey.
Goldberg's about the most unexciting dude to watch.
But they pay him a lot of money. They think Actually, though, this time around, the fans have responded to him, though. I mean, they have. I'm not a big fan. I never was a big fan of Goldberg, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Lashley and Brock Lesnar. I think that'd be really interesting.
Let's sit him in a cage. Let them both fight it out with gloves on.
This probably won't be that long of a match.
Somebody's getting squashed.
Probably 7-8 minutes at the most. Goldberg ain't gonna go real long.
Oldberg.
He's still in pretty good shape for his age.
Yeah, he's still in shape.
I don't think you'd want to mess with him.
But your Stevie's still asleep. He'll probably oversleep going to go pick up Liam.
He wouldn't do that.
Yeah. He probably wouldn't. Hey. It's okay. I don't know how I can get you to understand that if people are in the house, if they're inside the house and we're home, they're okay.
He said, "That's your opinion."
He's worried about where he's at.
Yeah.
You're good right here, bud. Dude, when they get you at the very end of that chair, that shit has to hurt.
I would think so.
It's one thing if they get you like solid with the one part. They get you with that very
next
like
show.
the back.
Next show, won't we try it out?
Hey,
we did the
we
cheer.
got one right here. We'll let Dalton hit you with it right now.
Next show, let's do a cheer, and the next show after that, they can throw you off the balcony.
I have enough trouble walking around as it is now. I let them do that.
Well, you let them chop the heck out of you 3 times.
Kendo stick.
Well, one of us had to do it, and the other two weren't going to go do it. So
I had to get on. I was on the camera.
somebody had to do it.
Eric was busy. He had things to do.
The other podcast,
I was busy. I was on the camera.
Little dude went out there and done it. So I thought I was only going to take one chopper. I didn't think I was going to get.
I thought they was going to line up and everybody in there was going to do it. Okay, Scrap.
He's okay. He was just in here, dude.
Killer. Get him, killer.
Cujo.
Right.
What do you think of Darby Allin?
Darby, I've seen a couple of his matches and I really like it. Like, I think he'll be their first like homegrown superstar.
I think he's
Yeah,
almost there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I have a hard time with some of the moves that he does.
Yeah.
Perfect example. They had a match here about a month ago, and they had two guys called Bear Country. I don't know if you've seen them. They probably weigh together probably about 700 pounds. They're
so some big ones,
outside the ring, and he does the coffin drop on them two guys. They feel like he weighs 160 pounds.
Right.
They feel like 2,000 pounds landed on him. And that's one thing. Have disbelief. I said okay, but then in the ring we had Moxley in the ring with who he's been tagging with.
Eddie Kingston.
Eddie Kingston had another guy on the other team. It was with Bear Country. It was a 6-man. Okay. He jumped off the top rope onto Moxley and Kingston, and he just bounced off them two.
So
and he weighs 220 pounds. And I'm like, come on.
Right.
Why would you do that spot?
Yeah, that's something, when I'm watching wrestling, that's something I really look for is believability. That's something I want. I want to be like.
Well, I mean, I know that, he does the cough and drop, and so I'm not going to crap on it.
Right.
But then it makes it hard not to crap on it when you do.
When you go on.
Do something that obvious.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that was the only thing. Because I like his character. At first I did. And then same thing with Orange Cassidy. At first, when Orange Cassidy came out,
he
kills
me, dude.
He does now. But when he first came out, the first time I said, "What the hell? What the hell is this
this ain't wrestling,
This
right?
is bull crap. I
Right.
mean, that's what I thought.
That's how I
but
was
but
too.
but then he had a few matches that I seen, and he wrestled.
go.
He could wrestle,
And he
could go.
makes his gimmick work,
and
yeah.
that's so I respect him. I think he's pretty good.
The
I don't
young guy
know.
I like is
I don't know how
G.W.R.
big he can. How far he can go.
Yeah.
But
I think Guevara has a lot of.
I like
ability,
Guevara.
but he gets a little sloppy in there. He has to tighten it up. I
well,
think, in the ring.
yeah, he gets a little sloppy. The other thing, he's hurt Matt Hardy twice.
Yeah.
He grabbed the wrong chair and smashed him in the head and
Busted him open. Yeah.
And then I was upset with AEW that match when they did that spot, and it wasn't anybody's fault. I mean, they misjudged, and they probably shouldn't be doing the spot. They did it out on the cement and going through a table, and he overshot a little bit and hit his head on the back of the cement. They let him make the call to come back out and continue the match and climb 40 feet onto a scaffold. That should have never happened. And I know Matt Hardy wanted to do it. I mean, I'm not saying, they made him do it. He wanted to do it. They should have stopped him from doing that.
Sometimes you gotta save people from themselves.
Yeah. Exactly.
Especially the Hardy Boys, yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. Now, is Jeff still with WWE? Isn't he?
Yeah. I think he's going to do a character change. I think he's going to go to Willow.
He needs something.
I think he's going to.
I'm tired of seeing him get buried.
Yeah. Well, I think he wants to put over talent, but you can put over talent in a way that's not going to bury you. And and that's WWE's not very good at that. They do bury their older talent, and they don't have to.
And you see it when Jeff Hardy comes out, the fans are 100% behind. They want him to. Want him to do
Still
better.
uses the same bullshit ass entrance that he
And
used on
you
WCW.
know the thing about Jeff Hardy,
Of
all the
I was
guys
never a
that we've
Goldberg
had on
fan.
here,
Me neither.
of all the guys that we've had on here on interviewing them, the 8, 9, 10 guys now that we've had, probably 7 or 8 of them, a majority of them have said that Jeff Hardy was one of their main influences
your guys'
and things like. You get a lot of them that said that.
He was the guy, when we were kids, he was doing that crazy shit that no one else was doing.
Besides Edge and Christian, really.
And it came from his backyard,
Exactly. He was just so much different. He didn't fit the
They
mold.
didn't, and they weren't the big, huge dudes that were all cut up and muscled up and, 6'5", 300-pound guys.
And that, that helped pave the way for guys like Sammy Guevara and even,
See, I personally like watching smaller, more average sized guys than huge dudes.
One of the guys I think was
I don't care if they're small or big. I want them to be physical.
one of the guys I love to watch.
I want it to look like a fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
I don't want nobody to get hurt or but I mean, I want it to be physical.
Take you out of your element, yeah.
I love watching Sheamus and
He's brutal.
Drew McIntyre wrestle or Cesaro. Walter.
Yeah.
That match, Walter and
Ilja Dragunov.
Yeah, Dragunov. Oh man, that was.
I loved it.
Yeah,
that's
that's what I like.
That's how Suzuki and Danielson was. You go back and watch that match; they're laying them in.
That's why I prefer WWE over AEW because I think it's more physical. But I watch AEW every week. I watch it I think I've missed 2 episodes since AEW's been on. So I watch it every week because they give me enough that I do like, even though some of the stuff.
Right.
Same thing with NXT.
Sometimes you go to watch an episode of Raw, you're just waiting. You're like, all right, when's it going to get exciting? And it never gets exciting.
I still like NXT 2.0, but I like the other NXT was my favorite. That was my favorite of everything. But the 2.0 is still, I know where they're going with it. I like it, but it's not my favorite anymore.
I think my favorite style nowadays is NXT UK. I love their style. That's pure wrestling.
Yeah, it's really good. And I like SmackDown because I think they're doing probably the most storytelling right now.
Yeah.
Right
With
now.
Roman, yeah.
Roman. I like that.
I liked when I was growing up. Now people didn't say his name anymore, but Chris Benoit.
Yeah,
Chris Benoit was one of the best.
Oh yeah.
Don't get me wrong. What he done was terrible, but I'm not looking at the human. I'm just talking about the performer in the ring.
But the sad part of that was everything up to that point. He seemed to be a good human. I think something happened, I'm not making
It was
excuses
Kevin
for him.
Sullivan.
Yeah.
It was horrendous, and
It was
you know,
Kevin
There's
Sullivan.
no excusing it or anything, but things can happen. People can snap. Things can go wrong, and
I mean, yeah, they contributed a lot to his like steroid use, and then his like his brain problems, the deaths of Eddie.
yeah.
In the ring, that dude was. Well, and Eddie.
Well, look,
You
probably
put him
a
and Eddie
long-time
together,
favorite.
man. that
well,
was-
the lifestyle,
Right.
Kurt Hennig. I mean, all these guys
lot of
died
them.
died in the 30s or 40s. I mean, it's sad.
Brian
but-
Pillman.
I hate to say it, but it's fucking a miracle that Ric Flair's still alive.
Oh yeah.
The lifestyle he's lived.
because he's pickled.
So-
His insides are pickled from all the alcohol.
He's the wrestling version of what's the dude from
Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't kill him.
Yeah, like watching those Dark Side of the Rings. Then I was watching those one night, and then I got in a rabbit hole of all these other like smaller like independent documentaries. And, just it's crazy how many people have died in wrestling that most people have never even really like heard of,
Yeah.
and like the different stories and
That's
like
what I'm
the
thinking.
crazy stuff that's happened. Like I was watching, didn't really. I'd heard the name before, but I didn't know like of that gorgeous Gino dude or whatever.
Gino Hernandez.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of that guy. Like that story was crazy.
Is that
Like,
the one where they killed
that
him
dude
in
was
the
like
locker
a
room?
coke dealer
No,
for like
Bruiser-
the
Bruiser-
cartel or
Bruiser
something.
Brody was the
Like
one that
Yeah,
killed in the
Bruiser
locker room.
Brody is the one they killed in the locker room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
stabbed him,
watched
didn't
that
they?
one recently too, and I was like, and the amount of guys that was just there, like, oh, okay, let's just watch this dude bleed to death and
Yeah.
not do nothing about it, and go on with the wrestling show like nothing ever happened.
That's what I think a lot of the younger wrestlers of like this generation, they see what happened and how all the guys the generation above them, like the downfall of them, and they're kind of like learning. They're like
Right.
learning to, okay, those guys made mistakes, don't follow in their footsteps.
Like I said, now if you go to Bully Ray said when he went back, them guys ain't partying anymore like they used to. Party, go out and get messed up
They're
every
all play-
night.
they're all
They're
playing
playing
video
video
games.
games.
They're all,
Right.
they're all
Yeah.
playing video games.
So they said it's completely different.
Yeah.
And
I
you-
don't know how Bully Ray knows, but he says that's one issue AEW's got that with the young guys. He said that, and plus he knows some of the people that are there,
Right.
and I'm good friends with. He said a lot of the young people will not listen to the agents and the people that know. He
Just
said
doing
because they
their
got
thing.
people there. They got Dustin Rhodes. They got Dean Malenko. They got people. that know
Mark
the-
Henry.
Arn
they got
Anderson.
people. Arn Anderson. They got people who know the business.
Big
and
Show.
They won't listen to them.
Armed Anderson.
He said most of them is
Boy,
worried
gonna
about
get that
worried
Glock
about
out.
social media, getting a pop,
Getting their
on
follow- yeah.
getting a pop on social media more than they are about, So
Doing the right thing business wise and stuff.
Well, it's because also you get like some of these that they'll make more off of one or two posts than what they can make, doing their actual job. Because like I've heard some of the like, especially more so in UFC, I've heard them come out like Paige Van Zandt and like the Karate Hottie, a couple other like guys said they can make more off of social media than they can, way more than fighting.
because UFC
Yeah,
pays crap.
but you're seeing
They
some
really
of
do
the
for what them guys do.
you're seeing, but I've heard some of the wrestlers, more so the women who aren't always like the top ones who are the main like 5 or 6 that's on everything.
Like Mandy Rose, she's like a supermodel, and she probably
Right.
makes way more.
And I
than
guarantee
anything.
she makes more. Somebody like Mandy Rose or somebody like that, or makes more off of social media than what she probably does actually wrestling.
Perfect example is Rusev's wife.
Yeah,
She make a ton of money, and they claim she was the one that ruined everything on social media and why WWE took things over. It was a product thing, and she did something wrong on a product thing, and that WWE,
They decided.
that's why, because she did. I forget what it was, but it was a product. She endorsed, and WWE endorsed the opposite, and it became a big issue.
Clashed, yeah.
This match went a little bit longer than what I expected.
I know.
They'll probably have Goldberg. I'm thinking Goldberg wins this one.
I didn't think this would be be a very long match at all.
Outside of the girls that are on here, who do y'all think is like the best female wrestler?
Outside the WWE?
Yeah.
Wrestling ability.
I'll be honest. Most of the girl wrestlers I watch are WWE. I mean, I know like Thunder Rosa on AEW.
She's good.
Britt Baker. You got Chris Statlander. But I haven't watched a whole lot of their matches.
The girl is the champion in Impact. Peraza.
I don't know if I'm familiar with her.
She's real good. And what sucks, she was in WWE and they didn't give her a chance. But I mean, well, say didn't give her a chance. She was in NXT. Sometimes you just don't connect. I mean, it may not be nobody's fault.
Might not be the place for you.
Or maybe she was an asshole. I mean, you don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe she didn't want to listen to what they had to say. You know, she knew what she wanted to be, and that was it. And so you can't just go by one side.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I think a couple more years. I like Ty Conti. You can tell she's just still real like young and
Well, she was in WWE.
and all
she
that.
was in
like-
NXT.
Yeah, she got
And-
cut during the pandemic.
They were giving her a push. She was a little sloppy in the ring. I think
They
just
said
needed-
she
she
just
needed
started
more-
and
she
she
just
ain't
need-
been in
she
there that
needed more
long.
time, and she asked for a release. And I think they didn't give it to her at first, and then I think finally when they decided they was gonna make cuts, they said she didn't want to be
Might
here
as well,
anyway,
yeah.
so just go ahead and let her go.
I think she could probably be a big star, like with her look and everything. So she just needs to get a little bit better in the ring.
I like the fact that Daniel Bryan, when he left, sent out a thank you to the fans and WWE.
Right.
I thought that was cool. You know, I mean,
It wasn't like he was
No.
turning on him, you know.
no,
It's like I
he
just
said it
want
was
to go wrestle.
he said it was a very hard decision, and
He wouldn't be able to wrestle in
Plus-
Japan is why you want.
well, but WWE tried. They tried to work out something with Japan. I mean, Daniel Bryan just admitted they said, yeah, they did talk to Japan. They tried to work out something for me to go over there and stuff.
have like a tour of there.
So I mean, but he said he just, but he said that he wouldn't be where he's at today without WWE.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
He's one of the few wrestlers that had enough of a crowd draw that could change a WrestleMania card.
Yeah.
He did. Kofi Kingston's fan base did.
I think it's crazy how many times Daniel Bryan got let go of WWE and he'd come back, just kept fighting his way till he literally made it to the top.
We saw him on the Saturday before his second time coming back to WWE. We saw him on an independent show in Indianapolis the Saturday before he was going to debut on Raw.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. That's
Him,
that's cool.
Moxley was on that card.
Yep. Well, we seen Moxley here in Muncie at the where you guys wrestle at.
Oh,
We seen Moxley there.
damn, when was that?
Oh, it's probably 2006, maybe 5.
Yeah, 'cause Austin was probably
It,
six.
it was a
five,
wrestling
six,
promotion
6,
called
7 years old.
Renaissance Pro Wrestling. It didn't last very long.
Huh.
I
And
think
it wa-
that,
and
that may
actually-
have been the only show they did.
And actually,
maybe.
it wasn't even in the same building. It was in that other building
Okay.
across from it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's
Okay.
right.
There,
You're
it was
right.
at the fairgrounds, but it was in that other
But
building,
we-
across from it.
He was there. Sammy Callahan was there. Shark Boy was there. I'm trying to remember. I think there may have been a couple other ones.
Reason we went was because of Shark Boy, because
Yeah,
Austin
was a huge Shark Boy fan.
Shark Boy's still wrestling. He's wrestling on the Independents right now.
we had him on one of the shows that we ran at Ross
Ross
Center,
Center, yeah.
back in that was probably about
About 2010.
10 or so.
Yeah. I tell you, Zach Gowen's amazing to watch wrestle.
And he's
Well,
still
man.
wrestling?
Yeah, he did a show at DCCW. He wasn't supposed to even be on the show. He was at the convention and heard them guys talking that they were doing a fundraiser for Central. And he said, "You guys doing a fundraiser?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "If you let me come up and set up my merch table, me and his tag team partner,
remember.
Gregory Irons is his name." He said, "Me and my tag team partner come perform for free,
Heck
you know,
yeah.
because it's for a fundraiser,
Right.
and as long as we can set up our table and sell some shirts." I said, "Come on."
That's cool. Yeah, heck yeah.
And they were good.
Yeah,
The other
good.
guy, he has
He's got cerebral palsy.
cerebral palsy.
I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, that's cool that they're doing that. I mean, shoot, you go back and watch Brock Lesnar and Zach Gallen. Brock tears him. Like,
Yeah,
it's
oh,
bad. It's hard to
man.
watch.
Oh, he killed him.
Right?
They asked Mark Henry the other day on Busted Open, said, "Is there something that you had to do that you just
Didn't want
hated it?" And he said, "Getting DDT'd and pinned by Zach Gallen." He said the week before that, he DDT'd and pinned Big Show.
Dang.
And then the next week, he pinned him. He said, it was hard to take. He said, I'm going to be honest. He said, I went back to the locker room and I broke some shit. He said, I wasn't very happy.
Right? I mean, you lose to a one-legged man.
Yeah.
That's a third of the size you are.
Right, yeah.
No third.
A one-legged man in the ass-kicking contest.
But they did. They had Gowan burying people like that. They did. I can understand some of them bigger stars like that being pissed. But he was hot.
The crowd was going crazy.
Oh, yeah, he was
because
hot.
he was teaming.
How could you not want him
He was
to win?
teaming up with Hulk Hogan. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah.
And the athletic stuff he could do with just one leg was.
They say he's got a book out. It's real good.
I bet.
He got into real bad drugs and
I saw that too.
he's had cancer at least twice.
That's crazy.
I'm saying I need to get it. I got that Lex Luger book up there. I still haven't even read. Or the Tony Dungy book that's up there.
I think the only book I've ever read in my life full was Reggie Miller's story.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Goldberg won.
That'd be a good book to read, though, Reggie.
It was good.
I want to read Mick Foley's book. That's one I definitely.
I'd like to get Jim Ross's book too.
Oh yeah, you know that would be good for sure.
How you doing, bub? Besides hitting me in the face with your tail. You down? No. Why do you?
I thought Billy Ray's got a good point
When
with
do you- when do
WWE.
you
The
think
difference
you're
between
allowed to get up on
AEW and
tables?
WWE. The crowd at AEW is just
On
it helps
fire.
it helps the show because
Oh, yeah.
I mean even if the wrestling's not as good, if even if make mistakes or whatever, the crowd's so into it.
That's what I like. Tell Lily, I'm like, if there's 30 people and those 30 people are into it, then it makes me want to do better, you know. But if there's like 30 people and they're on their phones, then what makes me want to go out there and
With
bust my ass off?
They say that WWE will tell people to sit down.
Yeah, I think they should.
I mean, WWE, they'll tell fans when they're standing up, they'll tell them to sit down.
Oh, yeah,
They'll
they
tell them to
shouldn't
sit-
do that.
But they say that people that go to those shows, it's more like going to watch a play. If you're at a play, you don't make a lot of noise. You don't, and it's more like a performance.
I'd rather the crowd be rowdy as
no.
hell,
I
yeah.
agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But and also WWE right now is targeting kids. They're targeting families. PG. They're targeting because if you look out in the crowd, you're seeing kid, mom and dad,
Right.
kid, mom.
For every kid, there's a whole family that comes along with
it's
it.
just different demographics. I mean, if the kid's happy, the parents are gonna be happy. So I mean, but but now
I understand what they're doing.
People who are following AEW are more your adults that are still pro wrestling. Fans.
it's 18 to 36.
Oh, that's true. Too.
Right.
18 to 36. Well,
But in my opinion, the kids that are watching WWE right now, they're going to get older and they're going to be like, all right, let's discover more wrestling. And they're going to see AEW and they're going to hop on ship with AEW. I think that's the way it is right now.
They could. I mean, it's possible.
To me, it's more like people who like wrestling, the wrestling part of it, and then that's their main focus, are more like AEW, Impact, things like that.
Right.
People who just want to be entertained in general and just want to see the show and the big bright lights
drama
and
and
all
stuff,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, then they watch. They're more of the WWE fans.
And even the WWE drama, to me personally, like when I'm watching it, I'm like, this is so cheesy. Like I can't get into it a lot of times.
But the thing, if you look at it though, if you compare wrestlers to wrestlers, WWE's got the better talent.
Oh, they've got great talent.
I mean, they got great talent, but
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
they not
That's how they use them.
Yeah,
They're
how you
more
use 'em.
actors than wrestlers at WWE.
But a lot goes with the writing. You're hiring people to write for these guys who know
Have
nothing
no
about
creative
wrestlers.
control. Yeah.
This one girl they hired, she was a comedian. She'd never watched one wrestling match. They hired her. She ended up getting fired because when they asked her a question, she
Didn't
said
know it.
she didn't know Bobby Lashley's name. said by the wrong name. She got fired the next week.
how would you even get hired if?
She said, I can't even believe I even got hired. She said, they put out a thing. Applied? They hired me.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Think you do a little better job screening the people you're hiring.
You know, Mick
I'm
Foley,
putting in my application next.
Mick Foley's son's a writer for WWE.
Wasn't his daughter trying to be a wrestler?
She tried and she got concussions and she's all messed
I
up.
thought she was one of those that was going to join in, like all them women who were trying to start that women's.
This is the match.
They were doing like
wow.
a women's full promotion, right?
Yeah, there was nothing but all women on there, and it was like
Empower, I
Mick
think
Foley's
is what-
daughter. It was like a bunch of like second generation like female
Okay.
people
Well,
that they were all.
there's
Was
a-
it? It wasn't Shimmer, was it?
I don't know. There's a federation they're bringing back. It was on before the pandemic. It was on
Wow.
Vice. Was it Vice TV? No. Axis. It was on Axis because they had New Japan on then, and then they had it was called WOW, WOW wrestling, and they're bringing it back. Matter of fact, CM Punk's wife is going to be she's going to be involved with that.
AJ Lee, yeah, I saw
She's not
where
going.
she
She's
was.
not going to wrestle. She got a neck injury. She can't wrestle.
That's the
Yeah.
one that AJ Lee's being a commentator in.
But
I think
I
so.
think she's
She's
even got a bigger role than that. I think
like
she's
president or something. Not,
yes.
well, maybe. Yeah,
She,
yeah.
She's very high up. The lady that owns the Lakers does it. Jeannie Buss.
Jeannie Buss.
She's the one that owns it.
I thought I remember hearing like a few years back that there was like a bunch of daughters of wrestlers that was trying to start a wrestling, all women's wrestling promotion.
I would like to go watch Foley do his stand up.
Yeah.
You talk about people that AEW who's talk about great minds. Probably the greatest mind they got there is Jake the Snake Roberts.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on board. He's been through it all, you know.
Oh yeah.
He's a crazy dude. I sat down, talked to him one night there at the Raw Center, sitting out there talking to him,
Yeah,
smoking a couple cigarettes. That dude's a crazy
Yeah,
dude. He's a cool dude, though. He was nice, but
You guys seen his Dark Side of the Ring?
Yeah.
Oh, it's messed up.
It's rough.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, he don't trust nobody. So when he got in the ring to wrestle, he had tucked his money in his shorts. In a Crown Royal bag. Yeah, Crown Royal bag. Put the money in there, put it in his shorts. Well, it fell out while he was wrestling. Money's going
money's all over the
ring.
ring. And so the referee picked it up and said, "Hey, Jake, your money came out of the bag."
Dropped your pay.
He said, "I've got it." He said, "It's here. I have it." And he said, "Okay."
Yeah,
That's crazy.
And he would sign anything, but he wouldn't sign that.
Well, we were supposed to have.
He went. What was it? The one book or movie or whatever.
Beyond the Mat.
He wouldn't sign anything for anything of that, but he would sign anything else for people. He made He made some good money that day on merch because he had a big old line over there.
Well, we were supposed to have Superfly Jimmy Snuka, and he got sick, and so the guy replaced him with Jake the Snake Roberts, which I thought was pretty good. I thought that was a fair replacement.
That's fair, yeah. It's crazy to me that Jake never won the belt. That's wild.
He was supposed to, and Ultimate Warrior messed it up.
Yeah, I saw that.
He messed it all up. Jake Snake Roberts wanted to kill him.
Yeah, he still hates him, or maybe they like ended up making amends or something before.
He was gonna fight him in the locker room. He said next time he saw him, he was gonna punch him straight in the face.
They made amends before Ultimate Warrior passed away. Yeah,
Yeah, that sucks.
And he's another dude, Warrior. He wasn't real talented in the ring, but his
little kids, they got to see him and got to pet a snake. They were going down to the ring. They got to reach out, and
that's cool.
It was the bright. I liked Ultimate Warrior as a kid.
Dude, the music and him running out there.
He just had a great
paint and the bright colors.
He just had a great gimmick. I mean, he really wasn't great in the ring, but everybody loved him because of
clothesline. A couple people did that little shoulder block thing and gorilla press people, and that was about it.
We got to see him against Earthquake in a steel cage match.
That's cool.
At Market Square.
Yeah, about the only person I didn't see that was popular when I was a kid was Hogan.
Hogan, he wouldn't ever show up. He'd be booked, and we'd go, and he wouldn't be there.
Yeah, he turned out to be an asshole anyway, right?
Kind of an asshole.
So everyone says. Yeah.
I think a lot of them are. I mean, just unfortunately.
I ain't gonna say a name, but the biggest one I've met, last name is Steiner. I ain't gonna say which one, but
No, I don't say it. It wasn't Rick.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
He was
a dickhead. Yeah.
Wasn't even like friendly to none of the people that was coming up there to get autographs and stuff. It was like they were bothering him. And it's like, dude,
they're paying you.
They're paying
20,
you for,
25,
they're paying
30
you for,
bucks.
That's something I saw with.
There's little kids. I mean,
Well, you know who
Right.
else was a dick? Kevin Thorne.
yeah.
He wanted to come. We had a show at Ross Center to raise money for him, and
His name's Rue. He'll tell you the story. The event you guys are talking about, he had a piece of paper. He got it signed by Rosie and the other guys that were there. And he went up to Thorne. He's like, "Hey, can I get a signature?" And he's like, "Nah, man, I don't sign that shit. Get out of here."
Well, see, he wanted to be on the show.
It was Zach Gallen. We had Zach Gallen, Jimmy Jacobs, Rosie, Scotty Too Hottie.
Right.
Jake Oman was there, I believe.
Omen was there.
We had a real good show, and he wanted to be on it, but we had already maxed our budget, because he told me how much it would be, and then if we run in names, and we had already added a little bit more than what we planned, and then he came with Kevin Thorne. I said, "Man, I can't do it." He said, "Well, he'll do it for 2." I said, "If you want to pay," I told the promoter, "You want to pay $200, you pay." I said, "But I'm not paying any more money."
We're at our budget.
I think we've got a good show. We're staying where we're at. And so Kevin Thorne said that he would come and perform as long as he got set up a merch table. And he did, and he was an asshole to everybody.
Yeah, that's what my buddy Rue said. Yeah, he said he wouldn't sign his
He was
shit.
actually probably a bigger asshole than Steiner.
He was good in the ring.
Steiner was.
He put on a real good show in the ring. I mean, I'm not going to say he didn't perform good,
Right.
And just phoned it in or anything like that. But why be
An asshole to the
Especially
kids
when
that
you're
look
trying
up
to
to
sell
you and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good show. That was
Austin was at that show and he got sick. I mean, ended up in the hospital. He got sick,
shit.
and he had to leave. But anyway, Scotty Too Hottie was running late, and he was really wanting to see. Scotty Too Hottie got there right when we was getting ready to leave, take him to the hospital. And I told him, I said, "Do you have a problem taking a picture with him?" I said, "He's sick. If you don't want to take a picture with him because
You
he's sick,
understand, right.
I understand." He said, "I don't care if he's sick." And he took a few pictures with him. I thought it was really cool. He was really nice.
that is
He was
cool.
really nice.
Yeah, Scotty Dyer was. Stevie still talks about. Stevie will sit out there and got to talk to him for a while. Told him they used to beat him up in the No Mercy game on.
Yeah, we had a real good show.
So hold on, you guys used to like book or
No, we never booked or anything. We got hooked up with a guy named Jason Maples.
Okay, all right, Heroes and Legends, yeah.
Heroes and Legends. And back then it was called
EWF or
yeah,
something like that.
Extreme Wrestling Federation, what it was called back then.
Cool.
And we wanted to do a fundraiser at Ross Center, and he came in, and then Ross Center, I kind of helped make a deal with Ross Center that he'd pay him a couple $100, and he'd put a show on there. He'd been out the gym for $200.
Yeah.
He let Ross Center do the concessions. He didn't care about the concessions.
right.
And so, made a little money that way.
Everyone would get their
Yeah, a little bit
And
of money.
he got the ticket.
He got the door. And, he run in Jake Snake. He run in Coke Cabana.
oh heck yeah.
One show
Road Dogg.
we were supposed to have Road Dogg and Billy Gunn.
Billy
And
Gunn had to back out.
Billy Gunn had to cancel, so he brought in this something Smalls, his midget wrestler. Can't think of his first name, and he brought him into tag team with Road Dogg. And what was cool about that was he had two great big dudes that wore like kilts and kind of supposed to be like knights or something.
Right, yeah.
And that
Like the
midget,
Highlanders.
yes, it's something like that. And the midget, little person, whatever you're supposed to call him,
Right.
he picked up both those guys, had both of them up on his shoulders at the same time.
Damn.
And these dudes had to weigh well over 400 pounds.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. I'd never seen nothing like it.
Yeah, we didn't like book him. We just worked with that promoter to have him there.
Get it done, yeah. Heck yeah.
Now the first one, that big one that we done out in the baseball field, we went around town getting sponsors. Me and Dad done almost all the work on that to get sponsors.
May get in trouble, but I'm going to tell the story anyway. We did a show. I don't think it was IPW anymore, but it was Shadow.
It was when he split up.
He had split up from them,
Right,
but it was Shadow. And Shadow had a friend. I'm not going to say his name because it wasn't his fault. He believed Shadow. And I had little skeptics about it, but I went along with it because it sounded good.
Right.
He sold it good, And we did the show at the convention center. Paid too much money for the convention center. And we had Scott Steiner. We had Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Buff Bagwell.
Bobo Brazil Jr. Buff Bagwell. We had a pretty good show,
card, yeah,
but we
good
just
guys.
paid too much money for it. Put it this way, we paid about $13,000 for that show.
Yeah.
And he's thinking we're gonna sell 5,000 or 6,000 tickets.
He was
He
thinking
really sold it.
he was trying to do it big time, and he didn't.
Lost our.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a big paycheck right there to be.
I'd say we lost. It was Raw Center and the Power Club together. I'd say we probably lost about $5,000.
Damn.
Promoter got their show. I mean, he got his money.
He got his part.
He
Yeah.
got his money, and all the wrestlers got their money, and
Damn.
and we paid too much because once I got with Maples,
Well, then he talked him into going and buying like 500 fucking shirts or some stupid shit.
yeah, we bought a bunch of shirts and we sold like 4 shirts. we did put a bunch of commercials on TV. That was a lot of money, and I don't know if it. I mean, we had a decent crowd, but we didn't have
Not
5,000.
right.
We had maybe 1,000, maybe. I mean, it was a good show.
Good show. Just
It was
didn't.
a good show. Another thing, his ring broke. He didn't have a ring. We had to use the boxing ring from the Power Club.
Damn.
It's
I've
just-
wrestled in
Well,
boxing. They're stiff as hell.
Yeah. Oh, this was
I
stiff
can't,
as hell.
I can't
man.
believe Scott Steiner took a
Bumped in it.
took a back drop off. I can't believe he went ahead and did that. 'Cause he had back problems even then. That probably
Oh,
didn't help
and
him.
you would hear them guys hit, dude, and it's like
Yeah. Just no give.
no give at all. Like,
And it just, we made a mistake. We got sold a bill of goods. We got took.
well, then we didn't
Yeah.
get.
I mean, but
Well, then doing it at
It's our fault.
doing it at the convention center, we didn't get to get concessions.
They had
Convention
it
center
all.
got that.
yeah, and that was a mistake. But then Maples, that's one thing Maples told me. He would tell me how much each wrestler was, and he'd give me price range stuff. We paid way too much for what
Like
we
over
bought.
what?
For Steiner. What we paid for Steiner was way too much. What we paid for Valentine was too much. I'm not sure that maybe, don't know this for a fact, that maybe when Shadow quoted that price, maybe a couple extra $100 for him.
Yeah, maybe
You know,
he probably. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, but,
Right.
but I know the prices that he had for Steiner was different
Than what we paid.
than what we paid. Maples told me what he could get Steiner for, and it was a lot different what
Wasn't
we
the
paid.
same.
Well, this guy wanted us to rent. He wanted us to rent limos and all. I mean, he wanted to go,
nothing.
like, dude, we're not.
Shadow, I might get in trouble. I don't care. Shadow, he was the promoter, put on the show. For him to be in the ring to wrestle was $700, and he's already getting paid because he's
Running
no,
the
he's
thing,
getting paid.
right, yeah.
So then he's taking another $700. We paid a lot of money for Bobo Bills Jr.
Right.
I won't say the amount, but we paid a pretty good. Well,
I just wrestled him.
Was it, and
Last weekend.
Back then, though, he was
of course we're talking.
younger.
Oh,
he
yeah.
he could really
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, he's still. I mean,
But-
he's so
but
good.
honestly-
I mean,
he still can go.
But honestly, what we got
Yeah.
some of the other guys
Yeah.
for, we way overpaid for Bobo Brazil
Yeah.
Jr.
Right.
And again, we were stupid. I mean,
yeah,
we didn't know.
Right.
You know, we listened to somebody that supposedly knew, and I think we got tucked. But that's just my opinion.
It happens
Right.
sometimes, though. It happens sometimes
in,
any
in
kind
this
of
business,
but-
especially though, like you can't take anyone's word around like wrestling. Like it's like there's so
that's
much
true.
bullshit around. It's like
It's no doubt.
it's crazy. It's unfortunate, but it's
Yeah.
the way it is.
Some of the best shows I've ever went to, like I said, I've been to a bunch of WWE shows. Some of the best shows I've ever been
And-
to are independent shows.
Oh yeah.
Some of my favorite shows
well,
I've went to have been
Well,
independent
the
shows.
show that we put on at Ross Center with Maples, we probably had $1,800 in. It was a lot better show than the show that we paid $13,000.
Right.
It didn't have all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't have the real nice place. The convention center's a real nice place and everything.
It was outside.
Another issue we had. He was late getting the ring set up and getting everything set up. He said the doors open at 6. He said they weren't going to open doors. We got in a big argument. I said, guess what? We're opening the doors.
Open,
It's
yeah,
it's
on
6.
time.
It's 6:30 now, and he still didn't want to open the doors. I said, I
People
don't care.
would start leaving
I
if you
said,
don't,
I said
yeah.
we had a big crowd. We had people standing outside. I said we're opening it, and I think it was raining or it was cold. I
Damn.
think it was cold. So I said we're going to open the doors, and I
Right.
opened the doors.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's his fault, But he was trying to be Nitro. The stage setup that he did, and the lights, and the commercials. He was trying to be
Yeah,
Nitro.
yeah, yeah.
That's what he was trying. That's what he envisioned. Trying to put on a big show and
Shooting for the stars. Yeah.
shooting for the stars. And there was no. I mean, there was no way we was ever gonna make him money. We paid too much money.
Right.
After dealing with Maples, I seen that because I mean, we had, like I said, we had Scotty Too Hottie. We had
Quite a few names.
started
yeah.
new names, and we paid like $1,500, $1,600, $1,700. So you can see the difference.
You got it, yeah.
And the biggest amount of that money was Scotty Too Hotty, because the one thing we had to pay was their flight.
Airplane ticket, yeah.
Oh, come on, Woods. Hope Woods wins this.
Just in any business, especially the wrestling business, if you're going to get in, do stuff like that with people, you just got to hope that you choose the right person.
guy, yeah.
You choose a guy.
It's not just the wrestling business.
You choose a guy that's not going to.
Anything with a promoter,
Right.
you got to be careful, because they're called a promoter for a reason.
Right, yeah.
I mean, they're worried about themselves. They're going to get paid.
Yeah.
I don't care if you get paid, they're going to get paid. The promoter's going to get paid. And I'm not saying that every single person, I mean, I don't know the guys from DCW that well. I mean, I know Coons because his kids played baseball and stuff with me.
Right.
So far, any of the dealings I've had with him, or the shows I've been to, I think he does a real good job.
Right.
But that's all I know. I don't know anything else.
Exactly.
Same thing with Mike King. I knew Mike King when he wrestled. I mean, I didn't know
wrestled
him.
with Maples
He
back
wrestled with
then.
Maples and
So
them.
we used to see his-
So I used to see him back then. 2008, 2009. So, and had a good experience with it. But again,
Right.
I'm not there in the back room, and I'm not saying they do anything wrong. I'm just saying I don't.
You never know.
I don't
mean,
know.
I
don't know. But I will say this: so all the wrestlers over there right now seem, I mean, but a lot of them are wrestle there, but they also wrestle at WCWO, and I
Right.
think over there they're a real family.
Yeah.
They come in, they set up the ring. I mean, they walk in the door, they're in with the ring. There ain't no bull crap, and they're putting that ring up, and I mean, they're getting things done, and
Yeah.
they sit in their unit. They seem.
See, when I was watching the when you guys had Mike King on, he was talking about how we were told that we weren't allowed to go to DCCW. I've never talked to anyone from DCCW about me wrestling over there. So it's like how, like it didn't make sense to me.
It's all secondhand information.
Exactly.
Somebody's told them
That's what I'm
that.
saying. If you
And-
got a question, just ask me and I'll
Yeah.
tell you.
because I mean,
No, and I'll be honest with you. I love the way that you handled that. You handled that awesome.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, that's
I
my
thought so.
best.
I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest with you. Again, I might get in trouble, but I'll say it. I think they would love to book you. DCW. I
Right.
think they would love to be. I think they're afraid to ask because they don't want to have they don't want issues for them, and they don't want issues for you. I'm not saying there would be,
Right.
but
I know,
since they're bad feelings, that could happen.
and it's all silly to me. If you
Well,
ask me,
oh,
it's
I don't
silly.
even know what it's all about, but
I don't
it
think
seems-
anyone does besides them. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's like, why is everyone suffering from your guys' problems?
Yeah, but I think they would love. Well, I know for a fact that they would love to have you and
Savage.
Luke, excuse me, Luke would love to have you two. And I'm not saying just be with them or anything like to book you.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I mean. I'm an independent wrestler. If it makes sense for my career,
Yeah,
then it,
Yeah.
you know,
you
yeah,
gotta do what's best for you.
yeah,
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think they would love. I mean, and again, I think they would love to. Again, I could be wrong. They could come.
Exactly,
So what the
yeah,
hell
yeah.
you talking about, Tony? You don't know what's
right.
But I
Yeah.
think they
Well,
would. I think they would.
Somebody from the DCCW Power Hour just put. I would love to see him. I don't know who that is. But
Yeah, that's probably a fan.
That's what I'm saying. It's something else. Like the fans miss out when these guys are, having their beef and they're making it public. It's just like,
Well, another thing, and I'm not, again, they're probably not going to like it, but if them two could work together, I'm not saying all the time. If you just did one super show a year, they could both make money.
right.
Maybe the wrestlers can make a little
Like
more
I
money.
said, both companies are more focused on each other than themselves. I mean, if you just focus on both companies, then they'd rise. But no, if you're bickering back and forth, it's going to stay like that, a bicker argument. I mean,
Yeah, I don't.
Then it comes in a part where, like I said, don't know all the details of everything, but younger guys, like you
It
and
puts us
you
in a
and
rough
you
position,
and who
like-
weren't even there around any of the time when any of this
Exactly.
stuff even started. And then like
So we
guys
were-
from the other side, like imagine some of the awesome matches that y'all could have with you against Dex. They're champion right now. Like
For
that would
sure,
be a
yeah.
hell of a match.
Well, any of them, I mean, with them and that young talent at DCCWO, there's all kinds of. I mean, there could be a lot of good matches.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that Dutch Boy Savage.
This boy Platinum.
Platinum, yeah. It's Savage. I'm gonna lose my mind. Platinum, he's very good in the ring.
J Beeve, I think J Beeve is really good.
They've got they got a good young talent over at WCW. They really do.
Right.
Or one match that I think would be awesome would be you and Luke tag teaming against the highlight reel.
And
That would be
If me
off
and
the
Luke could get
chains,
along.
bro. That would be off the chain match.
that highlight reel
Yeah.
really impressed me.
Right.
They're real good in the ring.
I haven't seen them doing like the singles, but
No.
Well, they're
And they
So-
going
won't
to
do
in this
singles.
tournament.
Let me ask you guys, because maybe you guys know, but there for a while there's talk of DCCW having their own training, like school. Is that a thing or?
they're working on getting it together. Last I heard.
Okay. Right on.
I want to give you an opinion. Take it, don't take it.
Right.
In my opinion, and I don't know where you're training at now. I mean, where you train at, I'm not putting it down, or because I really don't know for sure what you're doing. WCWO with Owens, and they also are affiliated with Jake Oman. I guarantee you is outstanding.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. They gotta be. I mean, those guys have been around and did the thing.
All of them guys have been about the same time as you. Most of them guys
They're
are
all
8, 9
within
months.
right around a year or so.
Most
you
of
know,
them younger guys.
yeah.
Dex has been around a little bit longer.
Dex has been around 3 years because he was because Owens' dad was still running to the end. He passed away.
Basher, right?
Basher,
Yeah, Basher,
Don Basher. But he, that's when Dak started about 3 years ago, I believe. And because I seen a post that he said where he hoped that Don was, proud of him and stuff, because he started 3 years ago, and I know he was still in charge of it.
I'll tell you guys how my training went. All right, so Pitbull Rodney, he brought me in. He showed me the basics. He showed me bumps and stuff, and then they've got other guys there like Mr. Smiley and Notorious Ace Mob, who really I'm getting views and learning from all these different guys and taking a lot in. So from different parts, and then so Luke comes in, and I'm like, I'm still am very new, but Luke's coming in, and we have access to a ring whenever we want, and so we're gonna go. So we go in there and we, get as best as we can, trying to. Even if no one's there, we're still trying to get better as much as we can. And that's something else. Another guy came in, so they're learning from me and Luke now.
Yeah.
And we all just push each other every week.
This other guy came in as that Savior.
Savior, yeah.
I think he's gonna come on the show maybe next
Heck
week.
yeah, you guys should have him on, yeah.
He contacted me and I told him I'd get back with him, set up something for next week.
Right, you ask him, he'll take most of the stuff that he's learned, like me and Luke have.
Well, that's what he
really
told me.
tried-
He said that he trained with you and Luke and he travels with you guys some.
Right. And so I think we got a good thing going. We got another guy that's like starting to go travel with us and go into the
Well,
training
see,
center.
that's what Dutch Boy Savage said. He's got
Dutch
Boy
Boy
Savage.
Platinum.
Why
Luke
am I calling him
Savage.
Savage Boy?
You're thinking of Luke?
I'm just gonna call him Dutch Boy.
So many
There you
names
go.
they all run
He-
together. It's all good.
He said that that's kind of that. I mean, he works over there at WCWO. But he
Right.
also got hooked up with Omen, and he's training.
They're
with
the
him.
White River Wrestling.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
over
heard.
there.
Okay, so
And-
they just opened that, right?
I-
Like recently.
I think it's not
so.
been too long.
It's Logan
Not too long.
Myers,
Yeah,
Dutch
but
Boy
see,
Platinum,
yeah.
and Blake Wright.
See, they got 3 or 4 guys who's kind of doing what you're doing. I mean,
Right.
even though they train at this place, they travel together.
That's the way it should be.
Go to shows and
That's how you
different stuff.
learn.
Well, like that, Dutch Boy said that there's been times he went to shows and when he booked, he'd
For
go
sure.
there and say, "Hey, I'll do your merch table." Just trying to get a relationship with that promoter, because
With
that
the
promoter
promoters.
don't know him.
Like
Right.
if Owens and that Omen were all booked on that card,
Yeah.
he would ride up there with
Ride
them.
with them.
And he's a photographer. He says sometimes I just end up taking
Well,
pictures
see,
for him.
I think one thing helps Owens.
Or
too.
sometimes he said they would need somebody to wrestle, and I
get a spot.
I think
Yeah,
one
bring
thing
your
helps
bag,
Owens
yeah.
is I think he's got multiple rings, and he rents them out a lot, and then he gets booked, and then he takes.
I
Takes
know they're in
a carload
Indianapolis
with him,
at
yeah.
that WCW, and they're training the building. I guess the front parts where they do their shows, they have one ring there, and then the back part where they train. I guess they have 2 rings back there set up for training.
That's cool. Yeah.
I know they train on Sundays because they were going down there to set up to do that show. He said that he'd be there around noon or whatever to let the guys in for training.
Heck yeah.
Like tomorrow will be the first time I've ever been to that building. That's
Right.
what I've been told by people.
I've not been either, so I'm excited to go there and they're well respected. You know, they've been running for a while and they've got a following.
Well, he
And
ran.
to do a show every Friday like
they did it
that.
for
You gotta
20
have fans
did it
to
for
do
20
that.
years, almost 20 years, and then got shut down because of COVID.
Right.
And then Don passed away, and Owens brought it back, and he brought it back with mostly new talent. I mean, young talent. He still brings some of the older talent. I've noticed. Had a guy that I really didn't know, but I remember his name from a few years
Seen him
ago
around,
named Pogo.
Yeah, I've seen Pogo.
That he wrestled for WCWO maybe 7, 8 years ago, whatever. They brought him back. Maybe a one-time thing, or maybe maybe he's not wrestling.
Yeah,
all
something
the time
for
anymore.
the OG fans
Yeah,
to.
something a little different, and that mixes things up. Instead of having the same guys.
Yeah.
Something I didn't realize is until we started doing some of these wrestling shows is how many different organizations are just in Indiana.
Well,
Yeah.
it's grown since the pandemic. There's a lot of new ones are starting up.
Yeah.
It seems like
And ones that got shut down
some
are
have died.
coming back.
Some have died. There was one in I think it was Columbus, Indiana. Owens wrestled there all the time. It was owned by a guy, and he had, again, for 18 or 20 years. Pandemic hit. He said, I was thinking about retiring in a couple of years anyway.
Now's the time to do it.
And he
yeah.
said, the pandemic's hit now, and I think it's going to be a while. He said, I'm going to go ahead and
Call it. Yeah.
call it. And so he called it. But they did a lot of shows. I think.
Who think's going to win this match, real quick? Drew and Big E.
Is it for the belt?
Big E. It's for the belt, Big E. You can't take
Big-
it off of him already.
Right, yeah.
And Drew's going to SmackDown.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah.
I don't think there's any way.
I was hoping they were going to let Big E win because I think Big E could be a freaking
feel-
star as a
I
champion.
do too. I feel bad for Drew because
single.
because he became the champion
Yeah,
during the pandemic.
I do. I'm not gonna lie. I think he got done kind of wrong. I think they should have
yeah.
let him have that belt with fans because
Maybe a couple months.
I mean, he carried
He
the
did.
company during the pandemic.
He
and he
put
done
up-
he done a heck of a job.
He put up the belt every week. He wrestled every week.
Right. He was a workhorse. That's for sure. Yeah. His like gimmick now is like so aggressive. I'm ready to see him turn heel. I think he'd be a badass heel.
I like his gimmick except for the sword.
You know, like this one.
Just do away with the sword.
Yeah.
Or stab somebody.
Use it or don't use it.
He said he use the damn thing or get rid of it.
Is the battle ready? Chris?
Yeah, I do. I think Big E could be a big star as a singles. Don't get me wrong. I like the New Day because they're funnier than hell. But
I love the New Day. They crack
And
me
as
up.
far as that
dude.
goes, I don't know Springman, and I don't even know Brett at all. I know Rodney always treated me good.
Oh yeah.
His kids played in my baseball league and stuff.
Yeah.
There was some stuff that happened when we put on that show at Ross Center.
Right.
I'm not even gonna say who done it because I didn't see it, but I know it was the promotion Rodney was working for. There were some other guys. I don't think they're even involved anymore.
Right.
Put flyers on the cars at our show. When we was doing our wrestling show.
You gotta think like all these guys are cut from the same cloth. They're like they all work together, and then now that whatever happened, they want to act like they're.
Well, they asked Maples.
well, this was back.
This was 2000.
Right.
9,
Different.
10,
okay.
whatever.
Different time.
Different
gotcha.
time. Yeah, because it wasn't IPW. It was I can't remember the name of the federation. They was doing most of the shows at a building in Chesterfield.
They wanted to come over. They were going to try to come over and do like an NWO
They
thing
wa-
and take over the show. is what
Yeah,
they wa-
something
wanted
like
to
that.
do.
They was wanting. They talked to Maples, wanted to work something
Invasion
out.
type thing.
Yeah, and Maples wasn't interested in it, which it's his right,
Right,
to
it's
be
his,
or not to
his
be.
company.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any say in it.
Right.
I know I pissed off some people because we did the show and we was there to make money. Well, Maples Wrestler showed up. And they showing up with 4 or 5 people, and they all thought they was getting in free. I said, they ain't getting in free.
yeah.
I said, we might not one, but we're not 4 or 5.
Right.
And if
Yeah.
this was going to be a thing, we should have been aware of that.
Beforehand.
Yeah, I said, because we paid for the show and we're making money, getting our money back off the tickets. So I mean, I said, Jason, if it was your show, and you normally, and he may, maybe because he may not be paying him hardly anything. So I'm only gonna pay you $10, but you can bring whoever you want to see the show. Maybe that's how, I don't know.
Back to that hot dog and handshake.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I don't know. But I'm just saying, since I paid for the show, I'm
Your
saying,
call.
yeah. And so they were some upset people.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like when I do that DCCW show. Only person that got in free besides me, and Eric, and Steve was Amanda. and that was because she was running our merch table. We bought a ticket for her son Eli.
Right.
You know what I mean? We bought a ticket for him.
I paid my $35 to sit in the second row. So I mean,
Cool.
I brought him. Amanda got in for free because she ran our shirt table for us. But other than that,
I'm a wrestling fanatic.
Right.
Monday Night Football be on. I love football. I'm watching Monday Night Raw.
Hell yeah.
If it was SmackDown, I watch it. If it was AEW, I'd probably watch AEW too.
Yeah.
WrestleMania is like his Super Bowl, the Super Bowl to everybody else.
Oh yeah, it is.
Hey, I agree with that.
Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble is one of my favorites. It's been one of my favorites.
Telling you, I want to go. St. Louis.
That'd be.
We should go.
Badass.
I think it's pretty expensive.
Her tickets are
I bet.
outrageous.
I miss the old Survivor Series
Especially if you want deep
with the teams and the elimination and all that.
When SmackDown versus Raw, it was like
Yeah.
this group of guys that had beef with this group of guys.
Yeah, well, back in the '80s, what they would do, they would have 4 wrestlers on a team, and they would have 2 teams that were feuding with each other. Say Demolition was feuding with the Hart Foundation, so Demolition would be here, Hart Foundation here, and then let's see, who could I say? Roddy Piper was feuding with Don Morocco, so Piper would be on Don Morocco. So they would take 4 feuds and put it together.
Finish the story. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
So I think it should be Survivor Series should be like that.
But I think people I think it'd be a good idea to bring it back.
Yeah.
Because it's been a long time since they've done that.
Do that.
I think
Even do it every year, but do it like every so often.
I think they just got burnt out on it, and so they wanted to change it.
Right.
But I think it would be good to do a retro type thing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they're doing a retro Raw, old school Raw, I think in January.
The original War Games back in the day were.
What was it, when they had the 4 Horsemen on it?
4 Horsemen, Road Warriors, Dusty Rhodes. Like I said, Dusty Rhodes wasn't great in the ring.
Yeah.
I mean, he was.
He knew how to
decent.
work a crowd.
He was decent at the best, but worked the crowd and promos.
Right.
Now Flair was great in the ring, and he was great in promos, and he was
pretty
crazy.
much everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna say greatest of all time, I think you gotta give it to Flair.
Flair,
In my opinion, I'm not saying he's my favorite, but I'm thinking just
best wrestler of all time. Yeah.
the total package. I mean,
Right. When it comes to promo, I say best in-ring wrestler gotta be Bret Hart, in my opinion, and then performer Shawn Michaels.
yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, yeah, I don't see how you could argue that.
Right. I mean, then you got guys that are real technical, like Dean Malenko, but didn't have a connection with the crowd.
Didn't have the personality.
Right.
Eddie Guerrero caught fire.
Right. See, yeah,
Well, he could work in the ring, but then he also had that personality.
ended up coming to
But that's
At first he did. At first it wasn't.
Well, WCW
They didn't let him-
he didn't have the personality.
yeah.
Well, Jericho, little bit,
When he
not
started-
like he did.
when he started that Latino heat shit, he exploded.
Right.
Well, see that, and that's another thing WWE don't want. They don't want anybody to be a huge mega superstar
Right. Bigger than the company.
ever
right.
again, because what happens when they do that? They leave.
Yeah.
Rock.
Go to Hollywood.
Yeah, they don't want that anymore.
Yeah.
If they wouldn't have made Daniel Bryan champion at that one WrestleMania, fans were going to fucking rebel on him.
Right.
Well, then everybody said Cena sucks and everything, but when he came back this last time, he sold a lot of tickets.
Oh, he
True,
gets a
yeah.
pop.
He sold a lot of tickets.
Yeah, well, kids still love him. I mean, even younger kids, they still hear the name, but I don't know. When we used to take Austin shows back when he was really young, he'd leave with a fucking John Cena hat, John Cena shirt,
Hell yeah.
John Cena armbands.
He's probably gonna be mad at you saying that because
Yeah, because he's not a Cena fan now, but back then,
Well, he kills me. 2 or 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we'd say Daniel Bryan. Oh, he ain't that good now.
he loves Daniel Bryan.
And it's not because he went to AEW, just
That's how I was too. I like before when Daniel Bryan was first in WWE, I was like, I don't get the hype behind this guy. But they made him, and he made himself, and the fans made him a megastar. So
Austin loves him.
right, that's how I was too.
When you learn and the more about wrestling, and you can see actually not just because this person's got a gimmick and has got a push right now. well, this guy's actually really a better wrestler than
Yeah.
this dude. He's just got a cool gimmick
Austin's
for the
favorite
moment,
of all,
you know.
His favorite
like-
of all time is Edge.
Edge, yeah, that's
That's
one of my favorites.
He was a big CM Punk fan too.
Uh,
Well, that's where that CM Punk hat came from.
Oh hell yeah!
Mom sent some stuff over here today, and it was in the box.
Oh, was it?
So
Some of
what was
Austin's
it?
old hats
What was
that
it
he
like
got.
for you? Was it just like easy whenever when you did decide to start like full-time wrestling, growing up in the wrestling industry already? You know,
Right.
with your dad being he
Yeah.
used to wrestle as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he
and
wrestled
he was a promoter.
and promoter. So yeah, I grew up with it like since I was like as far as I
Probably
can remember
can
back
remember,
being
right,
at shows, you know.
Probably the little kid running in and out of the ring, jumping
Yeah,
in and out.
yeah. Before shows, I'd be in the ring. I obviously didn't know what the hell I was doing, but it was just cool being in there in front of a crowd, like still not knowing what you're doing, but just. And then like when I was about 14 to 15, he started running a training center again. I never participated in the training center, but there was a ring up at all times, so I could use it whenever I wanted. So that's where I learned like most of like being comfortable in the ropes and shit. And then once I started wrestling, it obviously high school wrestling, I mean, that helped a lot, just being comfortable, like,
Mhm.
you know.
Well, high school wrestling helps you with like body control and
Right, yeah, knowing how to move a guy around, being in good positioning and stuff. So, yeah, I think so. I think a lot of that helped me now, and it still helps
And
me.
with like character development and knowing how to work a crowd.
That was
and things
probably
like
my-
that.
I was shy when I first started. Like, they tell you, you know, yell when you bump. I didn't want to. I just wanted to bump and not. But now it's like, it's part of the job. You got to do it, so.
I think the yell's okay, but I think the main thing on that stuff is, for me at least, when I watch, is facial expression.
That's something I continue to work on is my facial expressions, just because, you know, in collegiate wrestling, you're taught to be motionless, you know, don't show no fear or anything like that. And then so, like,
Well, just like when we watched Sammy Knight, that's right, Sam Knight. Yeah, Sam Knight against
Dex Royal.
Yeah, I wanted to call him by his real name, but yeah, against Dex. It was a good match, but the topper of the whole thing was the manager, Hollywood House.
Selling the match,
his
yeah.
facial expressions when he lost, when his guy lost, was hilarious. It was fantastic. Just his facial, his facial
Right.
expressions and falling down on the ground, and it was just great. And then same thing when he did the thing with Rikishi.
And he took the stink
took the
face.
stick face.
He's over here shaking it in the corner.
Yeah.
I was rolling.
It just adds to the show. I mean, just
Right.
another layer to the show.
yeah.
He can sell.
I
He
don't.
can sell
I
it.
don't know why they don't bring back the.
There you go. Hey,
managers and
you
wrestlers.
gotta take a stink face now.
He got
I would
lucky,
not
though.
want to.
He got lucky, though, because he got it with.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
pants
clothes
on.
Sweats on,
Yeah, he
yeah.
didn't get it with like a
Yeah.
thong on they used to wear.
Right.
Do you? So how often do you interfere? You one of those little shady characters on the outside that distracts the referee so he can.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely slapped her fair share of people.
Yeah, I love it in the back when people are like, all right, and then you're going to slap me. And I'm like, all right, I got you.
What was that like for you the first time?
Yeah, like I was nervous and like, I don't know, like it just came on really fast. I feel like I just had to get.
Because she had no training. You got to think, like, her training was, like, going to
No.
the show and figuring it out.
Yeah,
know?
like I didn't really know.
So did you grow up around wrestling?
No, not really. So.
She just started watching it, like, recently when I got back into it. You know, I was into it as a kid, and then after high school, I got out of it, and then since I've been wrestling, I've gotten back into it, and that's when we've, like, started watching.
Yeah, now all we
wrestling.
watch is wrestling.
I can't get enough of it.
I've been watching a lot of independent stuff, too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's, like, some of the most exciting stuff is the independent stuff.
There's a pay-per-view Saturday. Impact's got a pay-per-view Saturday night.
Bound for Glory, I saw it, yeah.
And a matter of fact, what's weird about it, it's not starting till 10 o'clock at night.
Jeez. Yeah,
Which
that's
is
too late.
unusual. Well, they're doing it. They're kind of doing almost like a buy-in, like AW. They're doing a free show on YouTube from 9 to 10.
Gotcha.
And then they're doing the main pay-per-view at 10.
I heard that show sold out pretty quickly, that Bound for Glory.
Not a ton of seats, though. I don't think.
Right,
They
yeah,
don't,
they're not running.
maybe
a
1,000 or
big
so
state,
or something, maybe a little more.
Yeah, So, like, you know, like Madman Fulton.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I've worked a couple of shows with him now. And before I even had my first match, he was the first seminar I went to. And it was cool because a couple weeks ago, I wrestled at a place where he was at, and I was talking to him. And it's cool because the next day, I went and wrestled at ASWA, which is where he trained. So it was like I wrestled with him, and it's like, hey, guess where I'm going tomorrow? Same place you trained. So
Nice.
it's cool, yeah.
That's cool. Is there anything that you haven't tried yet that you want to try in wrestling?
Oh, there's so much I want to do in wrestling that I just hasn't been the right time for things. Or like you said, like when there's a small crowd, you know, you don't want to break your neck in front of 20 people.
Right.
You know, if you're going to break your neck, you want to do it in front of thousands. But yeah, like I think right now I really want a TLC match. That's something I really want. I want to win a heavyweight championship. That's a goal that I've got that I want to achieve soon. Yeah, there's a lot of things I could go on.
I got a question.
Young Guns champion.
Yeah, I'm coming for that championship.
Yeah, I think it's a trophy.
A trophy?
Yeah, I think
I
that's
want
what
it.
they said. I watched the show they do on Sunday after the before the shows. And
Their
stuff.
podcast
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
They talked about that some of the fans got upset because there was blood during the match.
Okay. All right.
Was it? Did somebody get busted? I mean, really busted open? Or
Oh
was it-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a street fight. It was the main event. It was a street fight. There was weapons and cheese graters and whatnot. I mean, what do you expect? You know,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
it's like they announced it as a street. If you got kids and you don't want them to see that, then you know you
Yeah, they
leave
said some
before
people
the
got
match
upset.
starts.
I mean, I don't know why you getting upset.
I don't know. I mean, I understand you don't want to take your family to a match and it's all blood and guts, but that's not how it was. It was like the main event was a street fight.
Yeah.
There was barbed wire bats and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't. You know, there's going to be blood.
Who was the match?
That was Scarecrow and Cousin Cooter. They did they've been in a feud and they did a street fight at the end to
Yeah, I think Scarecrow wrestled at
WCW.
WCW
Right.
last
Yeah,
Friday.
he was there not that long ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think last Friday. I seen where they did the rundown the next day, and they said that he was there.
That's what I figured it was something like that.
Yeah, I just was curious.
Nowadays, people get mad or offended about everything. So
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do, someone's going to say something about
yeah,
it.
you can't make everybody happy.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm saying cater to your fans, you know, and because they're the ones that'll pay to come see you.
Yeah.
Big E won. Kofi's the only one who didn't have a match on this pay-per-view.
What happened
huh?
at the end of your match? They said on there something about some interference or something.
Okay, so I didn't watch the podcast the show they did. I didn't watch
say
it.
nothing like really about it. They just said that there was something about some interference or
After
something.
the match, some guy in the crowd, I don't know what exactly, but he was fired up. We were jawing back and forth. You know, I was doing my job, and he steps under the rope. You know, they say
They saying fans don't. Yeah.
you say once the fan steps under the rope, it's like it's game time. Like you don't do that.
Yeah.
You come into my world, so that's when I'm like, and see security they were dealing with something else because Bo was on the mic over here, me and this fan were over here. So he's like, he steps over the rope, so I'm like, all right, Lily, watch out, just in case anything goes down, because I don't want her to be involved with it. So we're there, and I'm ready, he's ready, but then
I got the
it didn't
security
escalate
guards.
past that. Yeah,
Oh,
but yeah, it was-
I just thought they were talking about there was some like interference, like
Yeah.
somebody interfered in the match.
Kyle.
oh okay, yeah, like a wrestler.
There
came
was
in.
an actual.
But I did hear something about what you're talking about too.
they
Gotcha.
talked about that too.
Yeah, I
They
didn't
did-
watch.
they
I
didn't
didn't see
say-
exactly what they
I don't
said.
think
They
they
did
said-
say, hey,
I don't think they said
They said
what
they were
match
going to
it
be. They
was,
said there was
but-
going to be guardrails soon, but they
Yeah.
did mention like, hey, if you come over like
See,
under the rope.
I was at I think one of Bo's shows not too long ago, and it was like outside. There weren't guardrails, nothing, and there was a guy. You could tell he was drunk or something, but he was talking his shit. I was talking my shit. At the end of the match, he comes up and he like smacks me with his belly, and it's the first time it happened to me. So I'm like, what do I do?
I remember you told us about that.
Right. It's like, and then so I go back in the locker room. I'm heated, obviously. I just got like hit by someone I don't know, And Bo pulls me to the side. He's like, "Let me tell you something, Dalton. If that ever happens again, I don't care where it's at or who it is. Fan puts your hands on you, you take care of it. You handle it yourself." And you know, if Bo's telling me that, then I'm like, "All right, that's solid advice. Why would I not take Bo's advice?"
But I think there should be guardrails. That's just I'm kind of old school because
I agree.
There always always was. All the shows I went to back in the day, there's always guardrails. But I mean, a lot of places are not using them anymore.
Right, you got shows nowadays. Fans are right there on the apron. They're right up.
That's what
they're pounding the apron and stuff, and I like that. I like when a crowd can be involved.
Talking about that the other day.
For example, when we did our show at Ross Center, Maples didn't have guardrails, so he wasn't going to use guardrails. I said we got to have guardrails. So I got with something with the city. I can't remember who I even contacted, but I got guardrails for free. But we had to go pick them up. It was a pain.
They're a pain
in the butt,
and they're expensive. If you want to buy them, they're expensive.
We got them for free, but you know, to borrow. Yeah. But it was a pain in the.
Yeah.
But I was glad we had them.
Right, they're worth it in my opinion. I think so.
Because that is a barrier, and because if there's a rope,
anybody can go under the rope, right? Yeah.
You know, and don't get me wrong, they can get over the thing too. But at least that's a barrier. They're coming over, they mess with you, you knock them out. They got what they deserve.
Right. Yeah.
But now a rope or nothing, nothing at all.
Right. I agree.
Like at the last show we done, they didn't have guardrails there.
They didn't have guardrails at DC. The last show they did, and there were some pretty unruly fans. I wish I could say some of the stuff they said, but I'm not gonna say it. It was pretty.
I think if you're gonna have a show like that without guardrails, without any barrier, just have more security. It's cool. Just have more security.
There was a guy with a cane, and he came close to kind of hitting a guy, but the security guard was right there, and he stopped him, and he got on and said, "If you got one more, you do that again, you're out of here." You know, and they had security guards, and they did a good job. So I'm not putting it down, but
safer the better for the crowd and the workers.
Because there was a little kid sitting with me and his girlfriend's son, and some of the stuff was being said, and I'm like, that didn't bother the little dude, so it didn't seem like it bothered him. He'd probably heard it before, so but I kind of looked, and it didn't faze him, so I said, I ain't gonna say nothing. So.
Right. Yeah. Usually, I don't know. I get pretty mouthy when I'm out there, but if beforehand a promoter says, "Hey, this is a family-friendly show," don't drop any F-bombs, interact with the fans, but don't piss them off too bad. So it's like, all right. But if you're out there and some fans sitting there drawing at you,
one fan got real upset, way out of line. And the guy was talking stuff, but nothing out of line.
It's the show.
I mean, it wasn't nothing even close to being out of line.
Right.
It was pretty basic stuff. And this dude was just going.
Once a fan does that, I think it's just he wants to make the show about himself. He wants to have the spotlight or something and join the training center first.
Some people still don't realize that it's a fucking character.
And those are my favorite fans. To me, I'm like, man, you're kind of a dumbass, but you make my job a lot easier.
Yeah, but they're into it. But some of them get a little carried away. Right. But that's in anything too, though.
Yeah.
The lady coming over yelling at Hollywood House when he joined us for commentary. And he looked up at her and said, "I'll knock out." He said, "I'll knock out that your only tooth or something like that." And it's on camera. I just fucking busted out laughing. I couldn't help it.
It's so fun.
There was an older lady. She came over and was cussing him while he was talking with us.
Flipping him off and everything.
He came over and sat to do commentary with us for when the highlight reel was wrestling. Oh yes, lady was pissed off at him about something.
What was the other tag team they had? They broke up now. Knockout Society. They were pretty good. I think he's one of the champions at WCW. Dalton Davis.
And
he's some kind of champion. And the other dude was
Levi.
Jason Levi.
Yeah. Jason? Yeah. They were tag team champions at DC. They were pretty good too.
They done that ladder match.
Yeah.
They watched. Guys are crazy. There wasn't enough room. To me, there wasn't even enough room out there on the side of the ring between the ring and the guardrail to be trying to do that shit.
That wasn't the best ladder either. They used a big old tall wooden ladder. Yeah. It wasn't the best ladder in the world.
Oh, I'm not talking about the one they were climbing. I'm talking about the one they laid on and they jumped through.
Yeah, table.
Huh?
It was a table, wasn't it?
No, remember when they put the ladder across
Oh,
the
yeah, it was
ring and the
ladder,
guardrail?
Yeah.
They had it on the side of the ring, over on the guardrail, and he jumped off the top rope onto that dude laying on that ladder. And there ain't that much. There wasn't that much room out there.
Right.
Dude.
Yeah.
The old Boogeyman put on a good show.
Yeah.
The crowd, he did real good.
Yeah, my dad ran an IPW show, like not the same IPW, but when he was running it, he ran one in 2015, brought in Boogeyman and Abyss. And it was cool because, like, I got to be back. Like, it was the first time I, like, saw Boogeyman out of gimmick, you know?
Yeah.
And it's, like, it's crazy to see him, like, you know, on TV, he's this monster, but, you know, he's just a person just like all the other
Everybody says
wrestlers.
he's a real good
Yeah.
guy. Real good guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Abyss is an agent at WWE.
Right, yeah.
Now.
See, that's who,
We went to one of your dad's shows, like, I think it was probably 2016 or something, there at the fairgrounds.
okay, yeah.
I remember they brought in somebody, Orndorff. One of the Orndorffs was there or something, I think.
Oh, probably the one named Ray Orndorff.
Yeah, he still refs. Ray Orndorff does. Paul Orndorff, he just passed away, which was Ray's brother.
You and Luke was there. You got, like I said, you guys were still in school.
Right. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, I always forget if if the one he did the Boogeyman show was 2016 or 2015. But
I wasn't at the Boogeyman show, but I was at the other one.
gotcha. But yeah, Abyss, he trained my dad for pro wrestling. Like he was one of his trainers.
Eric, who's gonna win this one?
It's so weird seeing them all with long sleeves and shit on.
Yeah, that is weird. Yeah.
Becky's gonna do something sketchy and she's gonna retain.
I hope she wins.
This is the Raw champ. They got things screwed up. This is the Raw Championship, and Sasha's gonna be on SmackDown. Now both of them, Bianca and Becky's gonna be on Raw.
What do you think about the brand split? You like how some wrestlers are assigned to this company? Like, I don't know.
I think it should be all.
That's how I am too.
When you got somebody hot like Roman, you want him on Raw too.
Wrestling everybody.
Yeah,
Everyone,
you want him on Raw. Even if he's just doing a talk. I mean,
Promo or
appearing on
something,
the
yeah.
show. Yeah, I think if they do it good, if the writers are doing good, if they place things right, I think there's enough to go around.
And personally, I don't think there should be a SmackDown Tag Team Championship and a Raw Tag Team Championship. Just one tag.
Yeah,
One.
it waters,
the best tag
down
team,
your
yeah.
championship.
I think it should be one women's championship, one tag
Right.
team championship, and they defend them on.
Is that or if they're gonna
Too many
do
titles
multiple
and-
women's championship, do it kind of like like an intercontinental women's championship. Also, like
I think it's-
a secondary championship.
Yeah, but
not
honestly, Intercontinental Championship, United States Championship don't mean nothing anymore.
Yeah, it's
Not
like
anymore.
once you get all these titles, if everyone comes out with the title, all right, who's
Yeah,
Yeah.
It,
Back-
devalues,
we're all
it
champions,
devalues,
you
it
know?
devalues
back,
the
in,
champion.
back in the
Right.
day, you had the one championship, heavyweight championship, and you had the Intercontinental Championship. Intercontinental Championship meant something. I mean,
right? It means
was-
you're on your way to
We can,
Yeah.
go to the World
Well,
Heavyweight.
even if I was the only belt you got, I mean, back when they would do two shows on Saturday or Sunday, Intercontinental Championship, let's say it was Macho Man had it, or Bret Hart, or whoever had it.
Still prestigious,
They,
yeah.
they could headline a show,
Right.
and Hogan could headline. You had a way
Yeah.
of headlining shows.
Who's the IC championship right now?
Nakamura.
Yeah.
You said which one? You say Intercontinental? Or
Yeah,
United States?
Intercontinental.
Yeah, he's the Intercontinental.
Yeah. See, I don't think they used him right.
Oh hell no.
That dude can go.
Oh yeah, he's
And I like that. What they call it, strong style or whatever they want to call it with the kicks and
Well,
stuff.
I like him to be physical. So yeah, I like
like
him.
yeah.
I want to see physicality. See, look at that.
Right.
Are you guys hot? So we can we can open this window, open that window up if you want. Getting a little warm in here. What out there? It's like 60 degrees in the house before she has the windows open. It should just slide right
I know people's gonna be online probably giving them heck because they're wearing, the clothes they're wearing. But it's a
They're lucky they're even allowed to be up
that's
in
what I'm
there.
saying. It's a big statement just for them to be there, and it's good for these little girls and stuff to see that.
They're wrestling.
Well, they just made it.
Maybe not in their country, but at least this
Yeah,
exists.
it's possible,
Well, like I'm a huge soccer fan, and they just made it legal where women are allowed to watch soccer games in the stadium over there.
That's crazy.
Like there was not like if you went to a soccer game over there or a sports game, any sports like cricket and all that, no women were in the stadium. It was only men.
That's crazy.
And Eric, in the United States, it's so bad, so terrible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Come on.
There's things,
But,
there's things that are wrong here, but we're not.
Yeah,
we're not worse than a lot of these other.
No, I'm
places.
not. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, but
Yeah.
look what we could be with.
Yeah.
We
And every
Could
place
always
that-
be worse.
We should be thankful for what we have, and
Hey, I agree
try
with
to
that.
try to treat each other a little better.
100% agree.
And every place has its own problems for whatever, and there's a million problems to be had around the world. But
Everybody's going to have views, and
yeah.
there's going to be different views.
Right.
People are going to be for one. If you're involved with unions and stuff, somebody's going to back somebody because of the unions, and it's just everything's different.
Can't please everyone.
Well, now it's turned into the thing where you can't. They want people to have opinions. It's just basically
Telling you think this way.
you have to think. Everybody wants you to think, agree on it. You're not going to agree on everything.
No way. You could agree 9 out of 10 with somebody, but that one thing you don't agree with, they're going to be mad at you.
Right.
I'm like, what?
And it ain't worth losing family members and shit over.
That's
because
one
you-
thing. I know a lot of people
because of an opinion.
have give WWE heck about the length of matches, but the one thing I will say, and AEW's got a lot of work to do with their women's division. It's got to get better.
Right.
That's one thing that on Raw there's usually 3 or 4 women's matches. SmackDown is usually at least 1, sometimes 2.
Yeah.
So at least they're getting exposure. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes,
Yeah.
but they're getting exposure. Where on AEW, 1 match a week.
In matches like this, they're all stars. Like they've made them all stars, so it's like you don't know who's gonna win. It's like it could go any way.
I'd like to see Bianca win.
And that's another thing. If when that 4 minutes, I know it may only be 4 minutes, but if you do something to catch Vince's eye, you're gonna get your opportunity.
You're gonna get your push. Yeah.
If you don't,
Back to the performance center. You go.
Well, you may just be doing 3 or 4 minutes a week, and you may be getting your $200,000. Things could be worse, but,
Right.
but I mean, you know what I mean. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody can't be at the top,
Yeah.
and not necessarily everybody gets beat, gets buried.
Right.
That's on the internet.
That's
internet. Everybody gets beat. He's getting buried.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to lose.
So it's can't be a draw every time.
And then if WWE does do this too much, too many interference and too much disqualifications, I agree.
Stuff, yeah.
But then, people, if they pin somebody, they're getting buried. Well, now if they just quit protecting them, I said, you can't.
Pick a side.
You got to
yeah.
do one or the other.
Right.
The ones that cracked me up would get on the internet and said, Raw sucked. I didn't watch it, but it sucked. I said, how the hell you know it sucked if you didn't watch it?
Yeah.
because they watched
They
it.
watched it.
Right.
And they'll watch it next week, too. It's just...
There's some same wrestling fans that are pissy to saying, "Oh, this shit is fake," but then yet they know everything that's going on about
Right.
it.
Yeah.
It's like you're part of the reason why everyone thinks it's fake.
Yeah.
I got a lot of people say, well, yeah, they're great athletes and this, that, but it's predetermined. So, yeah, it is predetermined. There's no doubt about it. But every TV show you watch is predetermined. Every
Right.
movie you watch
Yeah.
is predetermined.
Yeah.
some of
If you
Hey,
want
so-
real, watch UFC.
let's be honest. Well, I think sometimes UFC, sometimes some sporting events, whether people want to
Right.
face out, is predetermined.
You watch it and you're like, well,
There's been
Is
stuff.
is that rigged,
There's
you
been
know?
stuff that's been fixed and rigged before.
oh yeah,
Proven fact. So
yeah,
that's not supposed to be, and it's definitely not all the time.
yeah.
But
I mean, the physicality, the athletic ability of wrestling is all 100% real.
Right.
It's just the outcome. It's the only thing that's predetermined. You know, enough people want to say, "Oh, well, Undertaker's not an Undertaker." Well, fuck, Chris Evans ain't really goddamn Captain America. You know,
Yeah.
like, come on.
I think what one thing that hurt wrestling on that was back in the day when people were cutting themselves.
You could see
that
it.
gave people the it's fake. They're not getting no physicality. They have to cut themselves to bleed. Well, now that they're not cutting themselves and you see somebody bleed, I think the older people think, oh, they're cutting. Well,
Right. That's not always the case. I mean, shoot, in that Suzuki match, Suzuki hits Danielson so hard that it busts him open on his cheek. I mean, he don't pour, but it
Well,
cut him open.
any match anymore that Sheamus wrestles, he bleeds.
He's marked up.
And he's had his nose broke twice in the last 3
Right.
months. He's had 2 surgeries.
He's a tough son of a bitch.
I love watching him wrestle.
Yeah.
You could give me Drew McIntyre and Sheamus wrestle probably every week, and I'd be happy.
Because you know they're gonna kick each other's ass.
They're gonna beat the crap out of him. I mean, it's gonna be 10 minutes that I'm gonna enjoy.
Right.
And it's gonna make no difference who wins the match.
Right.
They could switch back every week who wins. It would make no difference to me. They just beat the crap out of each other.
Right. Yeah, I wonder what's next for Drew McIntyre after his loss to Big E.
I would say probably, depending on what happens with Brock and Roman, I think he'll eventually be going at Roman. A program with Roman, I would think. I would say Brock will lose in some kind of weird fashion.
Something with the Usos or something.
Go away for a couple months. He'll get in a program with Drew or somebody.
Make a big return.
And then probably Royal Rumble. It depends.
He's on the Royal Rumble poster, ain't he? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he is. But I think the big thing is, it might be telling, is Survivor Series. Because they wanted The Rock to come back for Survivor Series because 25th anniversary of him debuting. If he comes back and makes an appearance there, that may mean that he's going to be at WrestleMania. So they may not use Brock in WrestleMania, at least against him, at least against Roman. So that could make a difference on some of the plans.
Yeah.
But some people think they want to save Rock for when they're in California instead of Dallas. But you got 100,000 seats instead of Dallas. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Did you watch Roman and Cena?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I thought it was a pretty good match.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I pretty much. It wasn't very. It was very predictable. Is what I'm going with. Like you knew.
Yeah, I thought it was
Cena wasn't going to win.
Yeah, I thought. He wasn't going to win.
Right.
You knew he was going to win. A match I really liked was Daniel Bryan and Edge and Roman.
That triple threat.
I thought it was really.
It was a great match. Yeah. It almost, I'd say that match like dang near saved that WrestleMania. Like it was a decent WrestleMania, but that was definitely the icing on the top.
Yeah, I thought it was real good. I think Becky's good. I think she's good, but I think she got a lucky break when what's her name, Nia Jax broke her nose. Hit her, but only was busted her face.
Yeah.
That turned her career. That changed her career.
Made her.
It elevated. Elevated. And I honestly thought Becky deserved to move up before that.
Yeah.
But that helped. That really helped her.
She's definitely made herself a star.
And then now that, Seth is Vince's man, she gonna get the same treatment too, I bet.
I tell you what I'd like to see. I think it'd be fun, especially since they're both heels now. Take Becky and Seth against Edge
and Beth. That'd be cool.
I think it'd be really cool.
That'd be dope, yeah.
I know Beth went on NXT. She traveled with Edge to here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did because she went on NXT Tuesday night.
Pat McAfee told me he wouldn't travel.
I ain't going.
It'd been hard for him to go with his daily show and everything else he has besides the
I'll tell you somebody I like, and it changes characters every year, and people hate on him all the time. But I think he does a good job. That's Baron Corbin.
Yes, yeah. I haven't gotten behind Baron
Really,
Corbin.
I think he does a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's always. I don't know. He's just always kind of bored me. I don't know why, but
Me too. I'm not a huge Corbin fan.
So I like his. Oh, I'm not saying I'm
Yeah.
one of my favorite wrestlers because he's not. But I think he's done with all the changes they've made to him. I thought he's done a pretty good job.
He used to play for the Colts.
yeah.
I was hoping when they made him where he was losing everything and stuff. I was hoping they was gonna make him a babyface.
Yeah.
But then they didn't.
They turned that.
They kept him heel. I'd like to see him take on Raw because Raw on Raw. I'd like to see him take AJ Styles, Kevin Owens, and Finn Balor, and making them a group.
That'd be yeah.
I think it'd be a good group, and I think it should be heel.
Right. What's KO been doing? Has he been on lately?
He's been on, and he been losing a lot. A lot of people think he's going to AEW
Oh yeah, I saw. Then
when
his
his contract comes up. That's what some people say.
like January.
But he's pretty smart. He could be just putting stuff. I mean, and he may be leaving. He could be putting stuff out to get more money. I mean, Randy Orton did that.
Right. Yeah.
He put on the internet, man, I might be thinking about AEW. 3 or 4 weeks later, he signed a big 5-year extension with WWE.
He put a picture of himself walking across, and there's a sign that said Elite, and he's standing in front of it going like this.
Yeah.
Like that. And then, like they said, a couple weeks later, he signed a new contract.
He ain't no dummy.
I wonder who the first guy that's going to jump from AEW to WWE. You know, there's going to be someone.
I tell you a guy that
Eventually.
I don't think it's happy.
MJF?
Cage.
Brian Cage. Yeah.
I don't think he's happy.
Or
Well,
MJF.
the way they
I
used
saw
him
that
didn't make
he
no
might-
sense.
Huh?
But you know,
Got the
then
real
you never
big
know with
dude.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way they've used him hasn't made no sense.
But
They
that's
make that
not-
dude look so weak.
That's not the worst one. The worst one I think they've misused is the great big dude. You've seen him. He came from Japan.
Oh, I know who you're
He
talking
used to
about.
be in WWE. He was in NXT. He's about 6'8", 6'9".
I'm not sure.
Who was the big dude that they brought in
Is
and
he
lost on his
Lance
debut?
Archer.
Lance Archer.
Lance Archer. Yeah, dude, he's a monster.
It was
He's a
him.
monster, and he can do, yeah.
That's what I was talking about. They brought him in on his debut and had him get beat by I forget who he lost to now.
Well, he wrestled Moxley and lost, and then you don't see
Yeah.
him for 3 months. And they had him with Jake the Snake Roberts. He looked like he was going to be a monster, and they didn't do anything with him. And then they turned him babyface, and then 2 weeks later he was a heel, and then 3 weeks later he was a
Don't know what to
babyface
do with
again.
him,
They don't know what to do with him. So it's not easy. That's everybody gives WWE. It's not easy.
It ain't. Yeah. How could it be?
Which I know. I know what AEW's doing, and they're in that young stage where everybody's form and everything. That may change in a couple years.
Right.
But
yeah.
but they're in
They're
that.
new. They're
so
excited.
what they're doing is let's just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, because they're going to forgive us right now if we do something wrong.
Yeah, we're trying. We're new. Give us a break. Yeah.
Their last pay per view was really really good. I thought.
What was that?
Was it All Out? I think it was
Yeah,
All Out.
okay.
I thought it was really good. That was the one where Daniel Bryan came out at the end.
Yeah.
Came out, showed up. At
Cole
the end.
came out at the end.
Yeah. Adam Cole came out. I thought it was a real good pay per view. I really enjoyed it.
That was their best
It's by
pay-per-view.
far their best.
Yeah.
There was a couple of them I thought were.
The one,
to me,
the one that had
to
that
me.
barbed wire.
And everybody's different.
The one that had that barbed wire match in it. I
And
thought
honestly-
that pay-per-view was
And honestly,
terrible.
the reason that
Hey, you better be nice.
I don't connect is because I'm not their demographic. I'm 58 years old.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that may be part of it. But they give
Get
me
over here.
enough that I want to tune in.
Want to watch back?
Get over here and lie
But
down.
there's been a couple pay-per-views I thought, what is this? What is this? Well, when they first started, I watched their first pay-per-view. Well, I didn't see the very first one, All In, or the very first one they did
right.
before
Oh, no, why?
they kind
The
of launched
big one.
AEW.
Yeah.
I never seen that one. But then the first one that they did after they launched the company, and I said, my son Jeff was watching, my wife was watching, and they said, "What the hell are you watching? This is horrible." And I said, "Well, it's not real good, but they're new, you know."
It's
I mean,
different. Yeah.
but I've watched every pay per view, so 'cause I'm a fan. I want them to do well.
Right. Exactly. Why wouldn't you want wrestling to do well?
Well, they watched the last Ring of Honor, and it was a solid pay per view. I enjoyed it.
Heck yeah, I love watching the Ring of Honor because
Yeah, I think Ring of Honor's product in the ring is just as good as AEW.
wrestling was,
Wrestling-wise.
yeah, hell
But
yeah.
but they don't do the production and they don't do.
There's only one more match.
I don't know
after
if the
this.
money's all there, you know, like.
That
You think so?
The people that own that company have tons of money. They won't, but they're happy the way they are. They won't.
And that's cool. That's cool in my opinion.
Honestly, they had the money when the Bucks were there and Cody Rhodes and them. They could have been AEW. They could have been, but they didn't want to
deal with it.
They want to spend the money.
And to me, I mean, if they're happy with that, then go for it. I mean,
On this one, they've already done that.
But yeah,
one.
the Ring of
That's
Honor's
the
last pay per
one.
view was really good.
Have they done Xavier Woods and Balor?
who just beat Gresham for that
Okay, yeah.
Xavier Woods won.
pure title? I think
Uh,
someone beat him.
yeah, somebody did beat him.
I forget who.
I can't remember who did beat him. But yeah, we watched the who beat because didn't Gresham lose that on Ring of Honor? Remember the
The pure
Pure
title.
Championship? Because you guys really liked that match. I remember.
Yeah, but I can't remember.
Woods. The guy's name is it Josh Woods?
I can't remember who.
He's
won.
got a beard, and his name, I'm almost.
I know the
positive-
guy who had the title lost. I
yeah,
believe.
I'm almost
yeah.
positive his name's Woods.
Huh.
I don't remember who.
He's
won.
not a real big name, but I mean,
Right.
he's been with Ring of Honor for a couple years. He was with them before the pandemic, and still there.
Right.
But I want to say it's Josh Woods.
I'm not sure. I forget.
but it may not be
I know
Josh.
I watched the match, but I can't remember the dude that beat him. But yeah, Gresham, he's a guy he's a mat god. Like
Yeah, I like Gresham a lot.
he's good.
I like Jay Lethal a lot.
Yeah,
Jay Lethal's good.
It is Josh Woods.
Josh Woods. Huh.
He's real good in the ring, but he's not a big
Not,
name.
right yet, right?
No,
I mean,
this
is
could
he
be.
is he a younger guy? I kind of
Have you seen the guy wrestler named Eli Isom?
I don't think so.
He's from Indiana, up north a little bit, but that's where he came from. And he's been with the company probably 3 or 4 years. I think he's pretty good. Got a cramp. I'll probably watch Impact pay per view. I've struggled with him a little bit. I'm trying to like him more and more, but it's been a
Right.
little hard.
I feel like they're trying to do better.
I honestly think that the relationship with AEW's hurt him.
Hurt him
I think because
makes their stars
Look,
not as big as stars.
nobody's been made.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yep,
then
I knew it.
I agree with
She held on to the bottom rope.
I agree that
Shady tactics.
I agree that with Bully, he thinks that I don't know if you've seen Alexander. He's a pretty good wrestler. Reminds me kind of he loves Bret Hart, so he wrestles a lot like Bret Hart did.
Alexander. Oh, Josh Alexander is that you're talking about?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
wrestling Christian for the belt.
Right.
I agree with Bully. They need to put the title on him.
I'm supposed to work a show with Josh Alexander next month. I'm excited for that one. He's doing a seminar and stuff
They
too.
got the one young guy there who I think's really good. Matter of fact, Fulton.
Ace Austin is
Yes,
that?
Ace
Yeah,
Austin. I
yeah,
think
he's
pretty
good. Yeah, he was there. I don't know if he still is, but he was the X Division champion.
Yeah, I think he was, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if he still is or not.
Can get the cramp out.
Big time Bex.
The big win.
I think she's still selling a lot of merch too. But I think Sasha. I think Flair. I think all of them.
That's
all
what I'm
them
saying.
ladies sell a lot
They
of
did a
merch.
good job at making like their women stars. You know?
Mhm.
But I think Bianca's going to be huge for him.
Oh yeah.
She's got a real good personality, smile.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't imagine her being.
What helps
a
them
heel.
too is that reality show that they're all on, the Total
The
Divas.
Total Divas thing. Yeah.
Now Bianca's husband, we talked about that. They may make him give him a push. Do you give him a push as a heel or a babyface?
I say face. I think
Because
so.
I think he could be a heel too. I think he could be
Probably, yeah.
Montez?
Montez.
I think babyface.
Yeah, he's so over right now, I think, babyface.
And he's funny too.
Yeah.
He is. Man, that leap from the top rope he does.
Oh man.
He gets up there.
Oh man.
He might have the highest frog splash that there is.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know.
when he does that turn around in the
Yeah,
air.
that turnaround's pretty good too.
I'm not real behind on the tag Angelo Dawkins, the other dude. I don't know. I like Ford a lot better than
Yeah.
Dawkins.
Oh yeah. Well, he's got a lot more personality.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in tag team,
Right. you know.
Usually one guy's has
only
personality.
Only
another
one's
guy,
going to
yeah.
break out, and the other guy's going to fall to the wayside.
Yep.
Marty Jannetty, even
Marty Jannetty's like the first one.
even
Harlem Heat.
He's like the first thing you think
even
of when
Bret,
it's
even
he breaks up.
even Bret Hart,
Bret
Jim
Hart,
Hart,
yeah.
not the level. Jim Hart was still good, but they're not
Even
level.
with Jeff and Matt, like Jeff definitely, he became a champion and whatnot. And
The British Bulldog, but Dynamite Kid got hurt, so that's kind of hard. I think Dynamite Kid could have done
He
it
could
just
have
as
been
well
it,
as
yeah.
David. Matter of fact, if Dynamite Kid would have stayed healthy, Davey Boy may have suffered.
right, probably.
Possibly.
Who I think would have been one of their bigger stars would have been Owen Hart.
Well, they got.
I think Owen Hart was going to turn into being one of the biggest stars, one of the biggest
Ever
stars
in
WWE
history.
had.
Well, they got David Boy Smith's son signed. Davey signed him and still ain't did nothing with him.
Huh.
He's been with them at least 6, 7, 8 months.
I've watched a few of his like seminars too, and he knows his stuff.
Well, I heard he went to Japan and wrestled and got a lot better.
He was trained at the Heart Dungeon. So.
And he also had wrestled for a while at MLW too. Have you watched much of MLW?
Like online, I never watched like a full show, but like I've seen MLW matches. They got like
some of it's pretty good.
like Tankman and
yeah, Tankman's good.
yeah, he went on an IPW show
Yeah,
The one he did with
with Ace Mob.
that Suzuki Tankman. Did you see that one?
I actually didn't watch that match.
yeah, I haven't either. I know
Suzuki
he
and-
wrestled.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
When Tankman was on the show at IPW, he was on the show DC.
Right,
that's
the same
night.
day.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
and
did
Tankman
that.
was, and so was
Was it Congo?
Congo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Congo.
he was too.
Right.
We saw him when he was younger.
Oh yeah,
When he like first was
Right, he
starting
was-
that Congo Kong.
yeah. He wrestled for Maples.
Maples.
He was on that show. That one we did at the
Yeah.
the
At the park.
park.
Yep.
Yeah, he was on that show too.
You know who one of my favorite wrestlers was, and like nobody ever remembers who that dude was Alex Wright, Das Wonderkind.
I always knew there was something wrong with you.
I used to like that dude. I don't know why, man. I don't know why I like that dude.
He was a pretty good wrestler.
But like that dude cracked me up. And the first time I saw Logan Myers, I was like, that dude reminds me of Alex Wright.
I don't know if I would tell Logan that.
I did. I told
Did
him.
Yeah, he took it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who Alex Wright is.
Tell you what, that edge growing out of beard makes him look old.
Yeah, it does.
Well, just think if he wouldn't have lost all those years he lost where he at, that'd be how big he would have been.
Right.
Dan O'Brien did an interview and he said that the WWE protected him from himself
Right.
because he was lying.
He wanted to be. out
He was
there.
lying, saying he wasn't having symptoms and all this stuff, and they found out he was lying, and then they almost, even though they thought he could be healthy, they didn't want to
Didn't
take a
wanna take a
chance.
chance, yeah.
Said we're gonna protect you from yourself. So he
Yeah,
went.
he had a broken neck, wasn't it? He
uh,
broke a
no,
vertebra in his neck.
it was concussions. It
Cussing.
was his head, and so he was doing the chamber where you lay in that chamber. What's it called, bariatric chamber or something,
something
like
like
that. Laying in that and doing all kinds of stuff, seeing all kinds of doctors, had all kinds of stuff done, and finally the WWE
Decided.
let him. Okay, we'll let you do it because they was just.
Right. Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
want to take that.
And he said he
chance.
lied to him, so they
Couldn't trust.
yeah,
Couldn't trust what he said,
said
about
they didn't.
himself, yeah.
He said they didn't trust me, and he said they had every right not to because I lied. He said I made a lot of money at WWE. So I met my wife there.
Right.
He said I have no bad feelings or bad memories with WWE at all. He said, I just want to do something different. And
Yeah, he came back best shape of his life. Old Edge, yeah, he's built now. Not built, but better.
Yeah.
He's best shape of his life.
yeah, people say, yo, he never had matches like in AEW like he did or never had matches in WWE like in AEW. I said, he's had pretty damn good matches. I said, calm down.
Right.
I said, he's doing a couple of moves now that WWE wouldn't let him do. The one submission move he's doing, I can't remember what they call it, but the guy's face is face down to the mat, and he's got the arms trapped. I forget what they call it, but WWE wouldn't let him use that because they thought it was too violent, with the face being your nose and mouth is, I mean,
Right.
face, and WWE said, we don't want to do that.
Right.
They're PG, and they didn't they didn't want him to use it, so he didn't use it. So I mean, he uses about every match now.
You talking about Edge?
No, I'm talking about Daniel Bryan.
Oh, Daniel Bryan. Okay, so that it's called like the cattle mutilation or something.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
All right, I got
yeah,
you.
WWE wouldn't let him use that.
Right. There's even CM Punk, like he's been doing things that he used to do in his Ring of Honor days that you didn't see much in WWE. They
Oh
just
yeah,
bring it
I mean
back.
it is a different style.
Right.
Who was it? Somebody.
I love this look they're doing with Brock
I
Lesnar.
can't remember
Me
who it
too,
was,
me
but
too.
one of the wrestlers that came from WWE, like he went to AEW, and the first thing he did was did a pile driver.
CM Punk did it. CM Punk just did a pile driver not too long ago.
It might have been him. I can't remember who it was, but it was like, because they wasn't allowed to do one. There was like
Abandoned.
they weren't doing it as like a. It was like a middle finger to WWE. They just did it because they love the move, the pile driver, and they was never allowed to do one.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. So
Can be.
Yeah, it's cool though. It like made it this thing to where if someone does pull it out, it's like, oh shit, he just
He did a pile driver.
something he wasn't supposed to necessarily do.
we're starting to see some more of them do the like brainbuster suplex now too
Yeah.
that you used to not
Yeah.
see for a long time. You see it all the time back in the day.
I know WWE wouldn't allow him to do the stomp
They should
for a while.
Something.
Yeah, I think they should keep Brock Lesnar like this for a little while.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's like so different than
Yeah.
what you're used to with Brock. It still makes him a badass.
Did you see that promo video that Heyman put out? It was like, I'm leaving with the champion.
Could be either one.
Yeah. This should be the last match.
I think so.
Been pretty good pay-per-view so far. I thought that women's last match was good.
Yeah. Still weird they kicked it off with that Hell in a Cell though.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be the first match.
Right.
I hated how they did the Usos on this. When the one came back and he was all like, like, I'm not your bitch, like the shirt and all that stuff. Like, and then he ended up just being one.
He's a bitch, yeah.
And then he just ended up being one. Like, come on, bro. I thought he was going to be the reason that
So did
Roman
I.
was going to lose. Like, he was going to interfere.
I thought it could happen that way, but
I didn't expect Roman's
Or
thing to be
the
as
other
powerful.
brother was going to finally jump sides and then be
Do
the
like a
reason
handicap
why.
match or something.
Yeah. I still think it's going to be something to do with the Rock, though.
I think that's what it should be.
That's what they're holding out for. And
it just depends what his schedule is.
I think they was teasing with that Uso thing to make people think like the Usos and Roman Reigns was going to turn on each
Well,
other.
they said he was going to be, a Survivor Series, and now they're putting out things he's not going to be there. But that could be
You're right.
throw
You're
people
trying
off,
to get people.
so you don't know.
Well, it's so hard to keep anything a damn secret these days.
Impossible, yeah.
I do know one thing: The Rock has some delicious tequila.
Dude, yeah, he's got like energy drinks out now, his own clothing brand. He's like,
Oh yeah, it's all gone.
yeah,
Owns the X.
biggest
XFL?
movie star in the world. XFL, yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, bought the XFL with his ex-wife.
That's
Yeah.
and that's something that WWE's got, and that's no fault of AEW. They ain't been around long enough.
Right.
They've got these big names that, that's just associated with them. That
Yeah.
now maybe in
Star power,
maybe
yeah.
10, 15, 20 years, AEW will have that.
Right.
Well, and then they also like they got Netflix series, like the Big Show, and they got them made for the Netflix and WWE movies,
Right.
and
Even Peacock having
Yeah.
that on there.
Another thing they do excellent is their documentaries.
Yeah.
Their documentaries
They're-
they put
they're
out
great,
are
yeah.
really good. I've watched that Death of WCW. I've watched that probably 20 times.
Yeah.
Same thing with ECW. I've watched it probably 20 times.
The Undertaker one they just did was real good.
Yeah, that was real good. That one was 4 or 5 parts. That was excellent.
Oh yeah.
Last Ride.
The one they were
Last
supposed,
Ride, yeah.
supposed to do, they did that series with
it was like the Michael Jordan thing.
yeah, but
The Last Dance. They did the Last Ride.
yeah,
Right.
they were supposed to do dudes related to Rikishi, big dude that passed away.
Maga.
Yokozuna.
Yokozuna.
Oh yeah. 'Cause
Yokozuna. They did that series. I forget what it's called. They did Beth Phoenix. It was
okay.
supposed to be
Icons.
Icon.
Yeah,
It's
Icons.
supposed to be a Lex Luger one. They've never shown it yet. It was supposed to premiere 3 or 4 or 5 months ago.
Huh.
It never showed.
That's
I don't know
weird.
what happened, but I want to see that one.
Right.
Might have been something in there he didn't want him to
That's
show,
what
and
I
he
was
was like,
thinking,
"Hey,
yeah.
The Yokozuna
you guys
one,
got to change
yeah,
this shit
they
up."
actually announced it. That it was going to be on this Sunday, and then all of a sudden they.
The
Right.
Yokozuna one's real good.
Yeah, Yokozuna
I watched
one's
the
excellent. Yokozuna
RVD
one's
one.
sad.
RVD.
That one was
RVD
good,
one's good
yeah.
too. Beth Phoenix one's pretty good. She wrestled at Notre Dame.
I didn't know that.
She was on the men's.
like a,
She was on the men's wrestling team at Notre Dame.
damn.
Huh.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
I didn't know Notre Dame had a wrestling team.
Did back then.
What's his name? Heinzman. Right? I'm thinking right.
Yeah,
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 Heinzman. He wrestled for Notre Dame.
Oh, I didn't know that. Like
Huh?
Hans? Like Hans Heinzelman?
No, Han's brother,
Oh, okay. what was his name?
Don.
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 All right.
Had the boy Dylan that passed away in a car wreck.
Right.
Yeah, he wrestled. He wrestled
I
for
didn't know he
Notre
wrestled
Dame.
That's cool.
Hans is a cool dude too. Though.
Right.
I know him from up there just at wrestling and stuff. 'Cause he had that little boy to wrestle. But yeah, Don wrestled for Notre Dame. Because Dylan used to always wear his son used to always wear his old Notre Dame warm up.
The
Be quiet.
Some people think they're going to turn Roman Reigns face again. I think it'd be a mistake.
Oh yeah, he's on fire as a heel. Keep him that way.
And I
Yeah,
think-
because people don't actually like him; they like to hate him.
Right.
I don't know. But of course, they was in kind of his stomping was San Jose and stuff. Everybody had his shirts on, and they were, I'd say over half the crowd was cheering him.
Well, yeah, and
But,
plus,
but it's where he was at.
Mm-hmm.
right, especially with like the chemo he was going through and stuff like that, also probably helped him get over as a face.
They could have probably brought him back as a face after the chemo thing. It might have worked.
Right.
Maybe it might have. But I think it was so much better. But I think what made it so much better is putting Heyman.
I was gonna say the best
Heyman-
thing.
Yeah.
That day that they showed him on the screen, he talked, and all of a sudden they showed Heyman sitting next to him.
Right.
Everybody was
Like,
flabbergasted.
oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
I
last
was
two
gonna say
people
that's the
you
best thing that
thought.
they done was put Heyman.
Yeah. That was the last two people you thought I would have ever saw together in
Right.
wrestling.
And
Was,
he's-
Heyman and
But Heyman's had a relationship with him
yeah.
since, heck, 76,
Yeah,
75.
Yeah, he's real good.
Yeah.
He's in real good with that family.
Well, how he got involved with wrestling, he snuck into the Madison Square Garden, was taking pictures, and was selling them to the wrestling magazines and stuff. He's like 14 years old.
Damn, I didn't know that.
And became friends with Alpha and Sinca. And he's been around the Samoan
Jonathan.
family forever.
Damn.
I'm really surprised they haven't done. You know how like they have the brand. You know the Samoan dynasty. Like I'm surprised they haven't done that in here. You know, like bring both of the girls. You know, with them. You know, Nia and Tamina, and hell, they could even put Naomi
Yeah.
with them. You know, with
All this, yeah.
Well, speaking of that, they said, didn't air on TV, but on social media, Heyman dropped, said, how do you guys know Naomi is not with us?
Right. Yeah.
Right,
She
so-
could. Yeah.
Yeah. Who says she's not part of the bloodline? So, Heyman's, you never know with him.
Oh yeah, he makes you like question the shit sometimes.
because they could even bring the three
See,
girls
I wish
out
it,
together.
I wish
in
it
the
came out.
women's
I wish it
division.
came out in like the blue jean shorts.
jeans,
right.
Come out with the checkered shirt and then take the shirt off. But
Yeah.
that'd have been cool. Heck, should come out with an axe.
Hey, that's, what
lumberjack.
that's what he fucking looks like.
Lumberjack, yeah. And now it's like a mean ass lumberjack.
Yeah.
I just couldn't imagine being in college and looking across the mat and
Having to
saying,
wrestle
"I got to
him."
wrestle that motherfucker."
It's weird how fickle
No
fans
thanks.
are. Because I
I'll
listened
tag you in.
to Busted Open, and one of the main hosts, he started the show 10, 12 years ago, named Dave LaGreca. He's a huge fan. I mean,
Yeah.
and forever, he was pissed off at CM Punk. He left and just hated him. Never wanted him to come back to AEW. Loves him.
Big fan now.
Yeah, talked about Brock Lesnar, piece of crap. He shouldn't be a champion. He never was on the show. All this stuff. Loves him now. Loves him now. It just cracks me up.
Shoot, I mean, that Royal Rumble, I think it was the one that Drew McIntyre eliminated Brock. I was getting pissed off during that match. Brock was taking out everyone. I was like, this is unbelievable.
I loved it, though. I thought it was great because the way it was a great story.
Right.
Now, if he'd have ran
Put
through
Drew
everybody,
over,
oh, yeah. I mean, you couldn't have got him over any bigger.
Right, yeah.
I thought it was very well done. I liked it. Some
Yeah.
people didn't, but I enjoyed it.
And it's just amazing how athletic he is at being that big too.
Dude, yeah.
People got so mad when he come back and he beat Kofi Kingston
In that short
20
time.
seconds
Yeah.
or 30 seconds or whatever it was. People went crazy on that.
Look,
That's
what
realistic, though.
Look what he did to John Cena at that SummerSlam, where he suplexed him
God.
like 30 fucking times.
beat
and
the heck
just
out
beat
of
the
him.
hell out of him and boom,
And
it was
people,
over.
people were mad about Bianca getting beat 27 seconds by Becky. But the story
They asked
was,
for it.
and the story was that she was a surprise. She wasn't prepared for her.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
And
I mean,
she cheap shotted her, with the
yeah,
little hand
yeah,
thing.
yeah. It wasn't like she just.
It's going to make it that much sweeter when Bianca
Yeah,
does
that's
beat
what
Becky.
people-
Yeah.
I don't know.
They got to give the hero a reason to win, to feel good when you win.
Right, yeah.
They've got to be put down and put in a position to, like, be vulnerable. And
You have
you
like,
done saw him take some L's for a minute. Now you want to see him on top.
But at the same time, don't have this dude lose a bunch and then be like, well, the direction we were going in the same one.
Yeah,
Just push
yeah.
this side. Then you just
Too many times that happens. Like,
you have like a company that like if you, I'm sure like in game that you would rather be at.
I think like right now, I think a lot of the talent would want to go to AEW. I think that's the smartest decision. But at the same time, like I was saying, it's so flooded right now. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, Bully said one of the problems that he thinks with AEW right now that they got to get over is, and he's like I said, he's those people there, and he's heard it. Like I said before, that they're not. They got them agents there, and they don't want to listen.
Right.
He said that the thing in WWE, the first person you see when you had to go to the ring is Vince McMahon.
Right. Yeah.
First person you see when you come back from the ring
He's
is
the
Vince
boss.
McMahon.
Yeah.
He's the boss. Tony Khan will. Billy says when the kids when they come back, no matter how the match went out there, how it went, you guys did great job,
'Cause
super. And then what's the agent supposed to say?
Right.
Hey, you did this wrong. We got to do this better.
Well, no,
wait a
Tony
minute.
told me. Yeah,
Tony's the
right.
boss. He's happy with me.
Yeah.
So and Billy said they gotta change something.
If you're owner of a business, you can't still be just a fan, and that's why.
Well, yeah, he's a
Tony
he's
Khan's a
a
fan.
rah rah
Yeah,
guy.
he's treating
he
as
wants
a-
to
as
be
a
the rah
fan.
rah guy.
Which it's working for him right now. Right now.
Well, like I said, they're in that phase where they
Right.
can't do no wrong.
They can get away with it.
That's
yeah.
what happened with WCW. You got too many of them Hogans, them guys get in charge, and then that's why it imploded the way
Well,
it did.
that one time when they was on pay per view and they had a set limit, 3 hours, and the pay per view shuts off. They had a main event. It was
And it ran over.
Dallas
didn't it?
Page ran over and went off the screen.
No one saw what
Nobody
happened.
seen the end of
Yeah.
it, and there was a bunch of people mad.
I bet, yeah. I think right now, if it in a perfect world, if it were up to me, I would want to be in a position like where Mox is. Like he can go wrestle for Impact. He can wrestle for AEW. He can go over to GCW, go where he wants, and just wrestle whatever he wants.
Just my opinion. Like if you signed with AEW right now, it would be a long road to get anywhere.
Yeah,
I think
right.
I think you, just my opinion again, that you would be better off like if you went to Impact, Ring of Honor, or somewhere like
Build
that.
a name there.
Make a name, and they said, "Man, look at this guy."
yeah.
Well,
right.
perfect example, the dude that's just won the ain't really a championship, but Taz's belt, won it from Cage.
Right.
He went to NWA, made a name for himself,
Moved on.
and he's I think the only thing he hurt his neck. He's got a neck injury.
What's his
I think
name?
it's pretty bad.
What?
I can't think of it.
Right.
They need to have more.
But I
AEW
think
needs
he's
to do
gonna be
more
a big
with their,
star. So it's
Right.
They got so much talent. They need to do more if they're dark.
Well, they've got a lot of people on dark and stuff. See, I don't watch those, so when it's tough when this team's the number one tag team. They're 14-1. Well, none of the matches were on TNT.
Yeah.
And they beat all
All
jobbers.
dark,
They beat all jobbers. So how are they the number one tag team?
Yeah.
And they say wins and losses count. No, not really. You beat 14 wins and you beat 14 jobbers.
Right.
You didn't beat the top.
The thing is, in this, you can't keep track of wins and losses because
Well,
story. I know
Well, Daniel Bryan right now is 1-1-1.
storyline.
And Suzuki, he hadn't won a match.
Storylines.
Yeah, he's defeated.
The way
So I
storylines
don't
change
know.
and stuff. I
To
never
me,
understood keeping.
I don't know.
record
I don't
part.
know if
Right.
I want to see the records.
Yeah.
No, like
I agree.
I understood it like when
It's
like
different. That's
when they
why
were
they did it.
keeping the record of Goldberg's streak.
Yeah,
I can
that was
understand like
different.
that, but
That was
or
different.
or like the Undertaker's WrestleMania streak, but
Yeah.
not like a record of every match. That it don't make no sense because
Should they end the Undertaker streak? I don't think.
I don't think so.
I think it's a
Hell no.
mistake.
Especially, they shouldn't have ended it and then brought him back for another
If
WrestleMania.
well, that's what
more.
Undertaker
Yeah.
said. He said if we was going to end it, it should have been to make somebody a star. Brock didn't need it.
Right. True.
He said they should have made it. I don't know who. Say it was Braun Breaker. Make somebody elevate him to be a big star.
Right. Yeah.
could have had Strowman or
Right.
Bray Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt, that would have been a good one. Yeah.
Could have had the Fiend. Could have had the Fiend.
Yeah.
He did.
Beat him in his last match. Because to me that you could have made the Fiend a character something like the Undertaker.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Mysterious and stuff.
I know the fans are hating Cody Rhodes right now.
Cody, because he's doing the reality show.
The TV and the big house and
I saw where they were comparing him and his wife to Triple H and Stephanie McMahon.
got a long way to go there.
So are they the new power couple of wrestling or something like that?
Even though he's assistant vice president or whatever, I'd compare him and his wife more to the Miz.
Yeah.
And I'm nothing against the Miz. Miz busted his ass to get where he's at and worked hard. So
No, I'm a real big Miz fan,
no,
but
I respect
he's good.
the work he did.
Right. I've never liked Miz as a wrestler. Like,
Where he came from. And
He's good on the
work
mic.
he's
right,
done.
He's
exactly.
good on the
He's
mic.
proved himself.
Well, you know who he's kind of replaced in a way? Not in the ring, but outside of the ring, promoting stuff, is John Cena.
Yeah.
He's become kind of the face of the company in a way.
Right. Yeah.
Going out and doing events and stuff like that. He really
The
has.
charity work
Yeah,
and
he,
stuff,
he
yeah.
really has.
Yeah, especially with that show that they have, Ms. and Mrs.
Yeah, now he's on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, Dancing
Right.
with the Stars. Like, they had the big thing, with his dad, on there. And
That wedding they did on NXT a few weeks
I
ago.
don't know
Did
if
you
you've
see
seen
that?
It was great.
Oh, it was so
Index.
great.
It was Dexter Loomis and Indy Hartwell.
Okay. Yeah, I saw on Instagram, but I didn't actually watch the.
You might check it out. It's
Oh,
pretty, it's subtle humor, but it's
So
very funny.
was it a shoot? Did they actually get
No,
married?
they ain't actually.
No.
But there's some funny stuff in it.
Oh yeah, it was a good segment.
Oh yeah.
Especially
That Dexter
'cause a lot
Loomis
of
is a
times
big
them segments,
dude, man.
a lot of times wedding segments like that come off cheesy and not good.
Do you know
Yeah.
Loomis'
That one was-
character at all?
And isn't he like kind of? Is he crazy in a way?
Crazy stalker. You
Right,
need to know that going in, or
Right.
or you won't get some of
he's
the.
like silent.
Yeah, he don't speak.
He's a weird type guy.
Yeah, weird type guy. So you need to know that going in
Oh, it's
because a
good.
couple of the bits go along with that. And if you don't know that, you go, well, what the hell's that?
Yeah.
He just jumped over him.
It was good. I don't know if you've seen The Honeymoon, but The Honeymoon was pretty funny too.
I haven't seen that.
It was pretty funny.
Oh, I always forget that NXT's on Tuesday nights.
And the guy
I'm
who-
usually watching here lately
and the
baseball
guy
playoffs.
who really
and-
helped the wedding and the honeymoon was Johnny Gargano.
Yeah, Gargano.
Johnny Gargano's been doing some great work off the. But they say his contract's up in December.
I saw that. Yeah.
He's pretty good in the ring.
He's
too.
good, but it depends what direction NXT's going to go. I'd keep him if he wants to stay and work with a younger talent, but
Right.
he may well say,
He
"I
probably
want to do
wants to
that."
get it,
I can go to AEW. He can go to ring. He could go anywhere. I don't know how much money he's going to make, but
The fuck is he doing? Is he barking at him?
What about Adam Cole? You think that he'll be big in AEW?
I think he'll just
think
like
he'll
with
do
everyone
well.
else, he's gonna get lost in the mix. Like they'll have obviously he's an established
But
name.
in his defense, WWE really wasn't doing anything with him either because,
Right.
like,
I heard they wanted to bring him up, but he didn't want to leave NXT. He didn't
Well,
want to go up to Raw.
they made an offer to him,
right.
pretty good money, and
yeah, he ended up going,
going
with
to
the, over there
they was
because
going to send him to SmackDown,
Yeah.
and he said, I think I want to go over here. He was another one said nothing but a good experience with him.
Right.
yeah, because he said he wanted to go over there with girlfriends over
His
there.
girlfriend's there. He's got a lot of friends over there.
Yeah. Yeah. The first thing he did was go there and team back up with the Young Bucks.
That Baker, she's gotten a lot better too.
Yeah,
From
she's
the first
improved a
time
lot.
I saw her on TV to now, she's
Right.
improved a bunch.
They got a few of the women over there that could be,
They're getting better. I mean,
you know,
it's
like
a
that
slow
Penelope
process.
Ford and the Bunny. I mean, they're all right to watch sometimes.
They had Ruby Soho win that Battle
Yeah.
Royale, right?
Yep.
I like her.
Some people were mad about that.
Yeah.
Can't win for
WWE.
losing.
Yeah.
She's from Indiana too.
Yep, Lafayette. Actually, a little small town outside Lafayette, but they say Lafayette.
I was reading, that guy that I believe it was that guy that that Chris Owens. I think I was reading the thing that he did an interview. I'm pretty sure he was in the same class over there coming by Lafayette or Terre Haute or whatever, was in the same class as Ruby Wright, Ruby Soho, whatever, whenever he first started learning how to train. That Chris Alpha Athlete Owens. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was him.
We've seen him before, haven't we?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to see a picture
The
of
name
him.
sounds familiar.
Come on, Brock.
You said you watched that Royal Rumble with him and Drew.
Yeah.
Did you see that kick he ate? But Drew kicked it.
Kicked the shit
Crap
out,
out
knocked
of
him out of the ring.
Oh
Yeah.
man, he kicked the crap out of him.
That's when I first started getting back into wrestling. I think was
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
here
here
goes
we
the
go.
mess up.
Threw him into the referee. Nobody counted.
The Usos are going to come out and jump him, huh?
if the Usos come out, I hope someone comes out to even the odds for Brock.
I wish somebody.
He don't have nobody.
I know.
though. That's the only
I'm
bad
tired
part.
of seeing the Usos come out and
Right.
disrupt all
I'd
the
like to see the
matches.
Usos come out and him stop him, and then I'd like to see Jacob Fatu come out, and
Oh, yeah,
that'd be a good
nice.
way to.
that'd be interesting.
Or Safa.
Safa.
Solo.
Too soon for that right now.
What's his name now? Solos?
Yeah, Solo
Sequoia.
Cinco,
Solo
Sequoia or
Sequoia.
something.
Sequoia, something like that. That's going to help the situation.
All right.
That wouldn't happen to Ref
Is that
Aubrey.
one referee?
Yeah, it's the one that got the Ric Flair robe.
Yeah. He was crying on that show.
Yeah.
They were off, or one of that robe that he had, and they were gonna give him a different robe. I don't know if you've seen that show.
where they-
WWE Hidden Treasures.
Gotcha.
I like
yeah.
that show.
It's
a lot.
good. It's good. It's interesting, and
He didn't want to get
that
given
referee
up.
had one of those Ric Flair robes. I guess Ric Flair had personally gave it to him, and but WWE was trying to get it back, but they were offering him another one.
Well, he ended up with two robes and money.
Yeah,
so
they ended up
he
giving two
pretty
robes.
good.
And dude was crying when he gave it away and shit.
I heard of it. I haven't seen it, but
What
I heard
about
that.
Mark Henry?
Yeah, Mark
He-
Henry
he-
always.
he- over the Andre the Giant stuff. That dude cried. Bro. He loved. Andre
They showed
the
a
Giant.
picture of Stephanie McMahon playing in Andre's boot. She was.
Damn.
Yeah, that referee did. He's a big Ric Flair fan.
But wait a minute.
He threw that shit right in the middle.
He threw it in the middle, but he was talking to Brock.
Right.
Uh-oh. Brock.
Here's the
Look, here
Usos.
come the Usos.
So annoying.
So that's how he's gonna fucking win.
And he's gonna hit him with it.
I hope he ducks it. Damn.
Well, the referee's nowhere around. Let's see. I'd say he's kicking out.
I hope so.
At least this one.
Where's a different referee?
Dude. Ah.
Oh.
Are you kidding? That's how they ended that?
Boo.
That was a shitty ending.
You knew it probably wasn't going to be. He wasn't going to win clean over Brock.
Right, yeah. Damn.
So I say either.
It's the same shit, like lately it's been Usos
Every
come in,
time
disrupt the
that he
damn
wins.
thing.
That's what
Look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. His face. He's great.
He don't know what to do. He act like he don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed, yet this is what I expected.
Yeah.
So.
It wasn't a bad match. I didn't like the ending, but I mean, it wasn't a bad match.
Well, you can't have him win clean.
Right.
I mean, if he wins clean, then it's basically over. So you got to do something. I just wish they'd try to find a little something more creative.
They gave him a double.
I was gonna say that the one dude hit him pretty good with that kick.
Yeah, I saw it connected
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
well.
Brock ain't afraid to take it.
Right, yeah.
They say that's how that's how he likes it. He wants it. He likes it physical.
Brock said. They said. Bully said. Brock said if it's good business,
Lay it in.
he'll do anything. I mean, he don't care who he loses to, as long as it's good business.
Monday Night Raw is gonna be crazy.
And Heyman just stands there and stares at him.
Damn.
Wow.
I don't think Heyman gets really enough credit that he should get for his role in the wrestling business.
They'll see when
Right.
they wrestle again. They could wrestle Survivor Series, or
You know what I mean?
rumor was they wasn't scheduled to wrestle again until not Survivor Series, Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble.
That's rumor now. You don't know.
Yeah, but if you think about it, I don't think Heyman gets enough respect.
Yeah, he may have 8 or
ECW
10.
I don't think so.
He may have 8 or 10 dates for so much money, and they could say, "Hey, we'll give you so much more money for
Extend
another
the
3 or 4 or
contract,
5
right.
dates or something."
Oh, Paulie dangerously.
Oh, he dangerously was good.
Yes, he was. Hey, Dad, let me see that headset. I'm gonna turn this music on so I can end the show, but I won't be able to hear the sound. I won't be able to hear the sound. I can make sure it's not too bad. Hey, you be quiet. Nobody needs you.
You've been doing good, buddy.
He can when he wants to. He's just a dickhead.
Our dog's the same way, but
Yep.
he's like 80 pounds. So
Well, that's his problem. If he was 80 pounds, I could see it, but dude,
Right.
1 foot, I could brush you out of the way.
My Chihuahua loves everybody.
yeah.
Somebody comes knock on the door of the bar.
Hey,
you know, but he-
You're old.
he's
Hey,
gonna
Not
bite
trying to buy
everybody.
it.
your old Chihuahua didn't love everybody.
He hated me.
Your old Chihuahua,
He
he was.
was like one person. That's my wife.
That dude would let you pet him, and you'd be able to pet him for like 10 minutes, and all of a sudden he'd just turn on you and bite you.
He would-
Bite you in the ankle.
All right. Let me know that he wants to pass out. I get out of bed. My spot. I couldn't get. I try to get back in and back. My wife would grab him.
All right, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Don't forget, we're live Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern with Easy Money, a sports betting show. We're also live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern with GSR Gonzo Sports Room. Don't forget, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, we had a great conversation earlier in the week with pro wrestler Sam Knight. We'll be airing that conversation tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So make sure you join us for that. Want to thank Dalton and Lily for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys for having us
Thank
on.
you guys for coming.
Hey, you're welcome to come on anytime, man.
Heck yeah, it was a blast.
Can't wait to see you in that Young Guns tournament.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good luck Saturday. We're gonna come watch you wrestle. We thought we were coming this weekend to watch you, but
Right, yeah.
we messed the date up. Yeah, I think we're gonna try to come on the 13th.
Oh, yeah.
You got anything, Eric? Well, Dalton, you want to promote anything?
Yeah, just follow me on Instagram, DaltonLove32. You can friend me on Facebook, just Dalton Love, and any promoters that are looking for talent. I mean, I'm looking for work, so. And I've also got these Topps cards that I'm selling. They're like there's the camera. You can't really see it, but they're little top cards I just got. I'm selling them for $5.
Nice.
So, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, hey, thanks for coming on, and you can find him instead of hit up all his social media pages. He'll be in the WCWO Young Guns tournament,
This
so
weekend.
y'all tune in to that. Indianapolis, best $12 you'll ever spend. Go out and support him. Support Luke Savage. He'll be there as well, and all the rest of the guys. Yeah, we're looking forward to it, man. Can't wait to see what's going to happen
Me
with
too.
you
I'm
in your
excited.
career, man.
I think it's going to be a great tournament. Tons of talented.
I'm ready for it.
I think it's going to be really good.
All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 11 for easy money, and again at 1. Hope everybody has a great day. Peace.
Peace.